Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most overlooked stories in early Christian history, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're finding value in these deep dives into forgotten narratives, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly makes a difference in helping others discover this content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing our global community, and knowing that someone in Tokyo is listening at dawn while someone in London is drifting off at midnight. If you enjoy what we do here, subscribing helps us continue creating these stories. Now, let's begin. There is a particular kind of faith that history tends to forget. It does not perform miracles in crowded marketplaces. It does not deliver sermons that shake the foundations of empires. It does not leave behind letters that churches will read for 2,000 years. This is the faith that walks until its feet bleed. The faith that carries a message through fever and delirium. The faith that nearly dies in obscurity, serving a cause that will not remember its name. Tonight, we are going to examine one such story. A story so quiet that most people who have read the Bible dozens of times could not tell you a single detail about the man at its centre. His name was Epaphroditus. He was not an apostle. He was not a prophet. He was not even a deacon, as far as we know. He was a volunteer, a courier, a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous, and he nearly died for it. What makes his story remarkable is not what happened to him, but what did not happen. There was no angelic rescue, no blinding light, no voice from heaven declaring his mission holy. He got sick. He suffered. He recovered not through some dramatic intervention, but through what the Apostle Paul would later describe, almost casually, as mercy. God spared him, that is all, and yet Paul insisted that the church honour him. This is a story about the kind of faith that God sees even when history does not. It is a story about sacrifice without fanfare, about service that costs everything and asks for nothing in return. It is a story that begins not with Epaphroditus, but with a small church in a Roman colony, trying desperately to help a man they loved who was locked in chains far away. The early church was not the institution we know today. It was fragile. It was persecuted. It operated in the margins of society, meeting in homes, hiding its practices from hostile authorities, navigating a world that viewed it with suspicion at best and outright hostility at worst. In this world, every act of service was dangerous. Every journey was a risk. Every letter was a potential death sentence if it fell into the wrong hands. And yet they served anyway. They travelled anyway. They loved anyway. Epaphroditus is one of those names that appears briefly in Scripture and then vanishes. He is mentioned in Paul's letter to the Philippians and nowhere else. No other book of the Bible records his deeds. No church father writes extensive commentaries about him. He does not appear in the creeds or the councils. He is a footnote. But Paul did not think of him that way. To Paul, Epaphroditus was a brother, a fellow worker, a fellow soldier. He was someone who risked everything to serve the gospel. And Paul wanted to make sure the church understood that this kind of quiet, costly faith was exactly the kind of faith that mattered most. Before we dive into the details of his journey, we need to understand the world he lived in. We need to understand what it meant to be a Christian in the first century. We need to understand the pressures, the dangers, the daily reality of following Jesus in a world that crucified him. Because without that context, Epaphroditus' story is just a nice anecdote about a guy who got sick and recovered. With that context, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a window into the soul of the early church, a church that believed so deeply, so desperately, that it was willing to send its own into danger for the sake of a man they might never see again. The faith of the early church was not abstract. It was not theoretical. It was not something you discussed in seminars or debated in comfortable settings. It was visceral. It was costly. It demanded everything. To become a Christian in the first century was to mark yourself as other, to separate yourself from your family, your community, your entire social world. It was to join a group that the Romans viewed with suspicion, that the Jews viewed as heretical, that the general population viewed as strange and possibly dangerous. Christians did not worship the emperor. They did not participate in the civic festivals that honoured the gods. They did not engage in the social rituals that bound communities together. They claimed that a crucified criminal was Lord. They claimed that death was not the end. They claimed that the God of the universe had become human, had died, and had risen again. This was madness to the Greeks. It was blasphemy to the Jews. It was potential sedition to the Romans. And yet people believed. They believed because something about the message rang true. They believed because they had encountered something, someone, who changed them at a fundamental level. They believed because the alternative, a world without hope, without resurrection, without the possibility of redemption, was unbearable. So they gathered in secret. They shared meals. They read letters from apostles. They prayed for each other. They supported each other when the world turned against them, and they sent messengers like Epaphroditus. Men and women who carried letters, money, supplies, encouragement across hundreds of miles of dangerous roads, because the church was not a building, it was a network of relationships, and those relationships had to be maintained even when distance and danger made it nearly impossible. This is the world Epaphroditus inhabited. This is the faith he lived, and this is the journey that nearly killed him. Chapter 1. A church under pressure. The city of Philippi sits in the shadow of empire. It is not a place of great theological importance. It is not Jerusalem, where the faith was born in the fires of Pentecost. It is not Antioch, where believers were first called Christians, where the Gentile mission took root and flourished. It is not even Corinth, with its wealth and controversy, its factions and its letters that would become scripture. Philippi is different. Philippi is practical. Philippi is Roman to its core. It is a colony established by Augustus after the civil wars that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. The Battle of Philippi, fought in the year 42 before the Common Era, was one of the decisive conflicts in Roman history. It was here that Octavian and Mark Antony defeated the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the men who had assassinated Caesar. After the victory, Octavian, who would later become Augustus, the first emperor, rewarded his soldiers by giving them land in Philippi. The city was rebuilt as a Roman colony, a miniature Rome in the heart of Macedonia. For the veterans who settled there, Philippi represented everything they had fought for. It was retirement, it was prosperity. It was the promise that their service to Rome would be honoured for the rest of their lives. The city is designed to look Roman. The architecture speaks Latin. The forums, the temples, the baths, the streets, they are all constructed in the Roman style. Deliberate reminders that this is not merely a conquered territory, but a piece of Rome itself, transplanted to the edge of the empire. For the citizens of Philippi, Roman identity is everything. To be Roman is to be civilized. To be Roman is to be part of the greatest empire the world has ever seen. To be Roman is to participate in the civic religion that binds the empire together, the worship of the emperor, the honouring of the Roman gods, the festivals and sacrifices that mark the rhythm of the year. This civic religion is not optional. It is how you prove your loyalty. It is how you demonstrate that you are a good citizen, a reliable member of the community, someone who can be trusted. And then, in the middle of this thoroughly Roman city, there is a church. It starts small. It always does. Paul arrives in Philippi around the year 50 on his second missionary journey. He comes with Silas, Timothy and Luke. They do not arrive with fanfare. They do not have the backing of any major institution. They do not have wealthy patrons or letters of introduction from powerful people. They have a message and they have faith that God will open doors. The first door opens by a river. There is no synagogue in Philippi, at least none that Paul can find. This is unusual. In most cities Paul visits, he starts by preaching in the synagogue, where there is already a community that knows the scriptures, that understands the concept of Messiah, that has a framework for understanding who Jesus is. But Philippi has no synagogue. According to Jewish law, you need at least 10 Jewish men to form a synagogue, and apparently Philippi does not have even that many. So on the Sabbath, Paul goes to the place where Jews typically gather when there is no synagogue, by the water outside the city gates, where ritual purification can take place. He finds a group of women praying. One of them is named Lydia. She's a dealer in purple cloth, a businesswoman, someone with resources and connections. Purple dye is expensive. It is extracted from sea snails, and it takes thousands of snails to produce even a small amount of dye. Only the wealthy can afford purple cloth, which means Lydia's customers are the elite of Roman society. She's not Jewish by birth, but she's described as a worshipper of God, which means she has been attending Jewish gatherings, learning the scriptures, seeking the God of Israel, even though she was not born into the covenant community. Paul speaks to the women by the river. He tells them about Jesus. He tells them about the Messiah who was crucified and raised from the dead. He tells them about the forgiveness of sins, about new life, about a kingdom that is not of this world. And Lydia listens. The text says that the Lord opened her heart to respond to Paul's message. This is significant language. It is not that Paul's argument was so compelling that she could not resist. It is not that his rhetoric was so powerful that she was convinced against her will. It is that God opened her heart. Faith in the biblical understanding is not something you work up on your own. It is not something you achieve through intellectual rigor or emotional manipulation. It is a gift. It is God opening your heart so that you can receive the truth that has always been there. Lydia believes. She is baptized. Her household is baptized. And she invites Paul and his companions to stay in her home. This is how the church in Philippi begins. Not with a dramatic public sermon, not with signs and wonders in the marketplace, but with a conversation by a river and a woman's decision to believe. The church grows slowly. More people hear the message. More people believe. They meet in Lydia's home, and perhaps in other homes as well. They pray together. They share meals. They break bread in remembrance of Jesus. They read letters from Paul when he is away. They try to figure out what it means to follow Jesus in a city that worships Caesar. It is not easy. The pressure on the church is not always violent, but it is always present. In a Roman colony, civic participation is expected. The festivals, the sacrifices, the public rituals, these are not optional. They are how a person proves their loyalty to Rome. To refuse participation is to mark yourself as suspect, as different, as potentially dangerous. Christians refuse. They cannot burn incense to the emperor. They cannot call him Lord. They cannot participate in the sacrifices to the Roman gods. They cannot attend the festivals that honour Jupiter or Mars or Venus. This makes them strange. It makes them outsiders. It makes them a problem. For some members of the church, this means social ostracism. Neighbours stop speaking to them. Business relationships dissolve. Families disown them. Merchants refuse to sell to them. Employers refuse to hire them. For others, the pressure is more severe. Slaves who become Christians may face punishment from masters who view their new faith as insubordination, as a threat to the social order. A slave who believes he is equal before God, who believes he has dignity and worth, is a slave who might not be as easily controlled. Women who become Christians may face pressure from husbands who do not share their faith. Children may face pressure from parents. The family is the basic unit of Roman society, and when Christianity divides families, it threatens the stability of the entire social structure. The church in Philippi is tolerated, but barely. They are not dragged into the streets and executed, not yet anyway, but they live with the knowledge that their faith comes at a cost. They live with the knowledge that at any moment the tolerance could end. At any moment, the authorities could decide that this strange new sect is too dangerous to ignore. At any moment they could be called to account for their refusal to participate in the civic religion. And then word arrives that changes everything. Paul is in prison. The news travels slowly, passed from church to church, city to city, carried by travellers and merchants and messengers who move along the roads of the empire. Paul, the man who founded their community, the man who preached the gospel to them when no one else would, the man who baptized them and taught them and loved them, he's locked in chains. The details are unclear. Some say he's in Rome, awaiting trial before Caesar. Some say he is in Caesarea, held by the Roman governor Felix. who is waiting to see which way the political winds will blow before deciding Paul's fate. The distance is immense either way, and the implications are terrifying. If Paul is in prison, it means the authorities are paying attention. It means the faith that once seemed like a marginal curiosity, a strange Jewish sect that the empire could safely ignore, is now being taken seriously enough to warrant arrest. It means they could be next. But the church in Philippi does not respond with fear. They respond with love. They want to help Paul. They want to send him money, supplies, encouragement. They want him to know that he is not forgotten, that they are praying for him, that they stand with him even from hundreds of miles away. In the ancient world, prisoners are not provided for by the state. There are no prison cafeterias, no taxpayer-funded meals. If you're in prison and you do not have friends or family to bring you food, you starve. If you do not have money to bribe the guards, you suffer in the worst conditions imaginable. Paul needs help, and the church in Philippi wants to provide it, but someone has to carry it. The journey is dangerous, the roads are long. Bandits operate in the mountains between Macedonia and wherever Paul is being held. Illness spreads in the crowded cities along the way. There is no guarantee that whoever goes will come back. The church discusses the matter. They pray. They calculate what they can afford to send. It is not much. They are not a wealthy congregation. Most of them are working-class people. Some are slaves. But it is something. It is what they have. They scrape together coins. They gather supplies. They write letters of encouragement. They prepare everything that Paul will need to survive in prison, to bribe the guards if necessary, to buy food, to pay for basic necessities. And then they face the question that has been hanging over the entire discussion. Who will go? The room is silent. Everyone knows what the journey entails. Everyone knows the risks. Everyone loves Paul. But love does not make the roads less dangerous or the illness less deadly. And then someone speaks. His name is Epaphroditus. And he says, I will go. Chapter 2. The volunteer. Epaphroditus is not the obvious choice. If the church in Philippi wanted to send someone impressive, someone with credentials, someone whose very presence would command respect, they had other options. They could have sent someone with connections, someone who had travelled before, someone who knew the roads and the cities and the languages. They could have sent someone who was trained in rhetoric, who could speak eloquently if questioned by authorities. They could have sent someone who was wealthy, who could afford better lodging, who could hire guards for protection. But they sent Epaphroditus. His name is Greek, which means he is likely a Gentile. He is not Jewish. He did not grow up with the scriptures. He did not grow up in a community that had been waiting for the Messiah for centuries, that had the prophets memorized, that understood the theological framework within which Jesus makes sense. He is a convert, a newcomer, someone who heard the gospel, believed it, and reordered his entire life around it. And now he is volunteering to walk hundreds of miles through dangerous territory to deliver a message to a man he has probably never met. Think about that for a moment. Epaphroditus has likely never seen Paul. Paul was only in Philippi briefly during his second missionary journey. He preached, he founded the church, and then he moved on. It is possible that Epaphroditus was one of the people Paul baptized, but it is also possible that he was converted by someone else, by Lydia, or by one of the other early believers. Either way, Epaphroditus is not doing this because he has a personal relationship with Paul. He is doing it because Paul is in prison, and Paul is one of them, and Christians take care of their own. This tells us something about Epaphroditus' character. He is not doing this for recognition. There is no crowd to applaud him. There is no guarantee that anyone will even remember his name. He is doing this because it needs to be done, and he is willing to do it. The church gathers to send him off. They pray over him. They lay hands on him, asking God to protect him, to give him strength, to bring him safely home. They give him what they can, money, food, letters. They commission him not with grand titles or authority, but with trust. They trust him to carry their love to Paul. They trust him to represent them faithfully. They trust him to use the money wisely, to deliver the letters personally, to speak to Paul on their behalf. They trust him to return if God wills it. And Epaphroditus leaves. The journey begins on foot. This is how most people travel in the first century. If you are wealthy, you might have a donkey or a horse. If you're very wealthy, you might travel by cart or even by ship if you're going to a coastal city. But for most people, for people like Epaphroditus, the only option is walking. Epaphroditus walks. The distance depends on where Paul is being held. If Paul is in Rome, the journey is more than 700 miles. That is the distance from Philippi to the capital of the empire, across mountains, through valleys, along the great Roman roads that connect the far-flung provinces to the heart of imperial power. If Paul is in Caesarea, on the coast of Judea, the journey is even longer, close to 1,000 miles. It would require travelling south through Greece, crossing the Aegean Sea by ship, then walking along the coast of Asia Minor and down through Syria to reach the Roman garrison city where Paul might be held. We do not know for certain where Paul was when Epaphroditus set out. The letter to the Philippians does not specify. Most scholars believe Paul was in Rome, based on references in the letter to the imperial guard and to Caesar's household. But the uncertainty is part of Epaphroditus' reality. He's walking toward a destination that he knows only by rumour and second-hand reports. There are no reliable maps for ordinary travellers. There are no guidebooks. There is only the road and the knowledge that if you keep walking in the right direction, eventually you will arrive. The Roman roads are impressive feats of engineering. They are straight, well-paved, designed to move armies and trade goods quickly across the empire. The Via Egnatia, the great road that connects Philippi to the western coast of Greece, is one of the most important roads in the empire. It is paved with stone. It has milestones marking the distance. It has rest stops and way stations at regular intervals. But the roads are not safe. In the cities, there is order. Roman law is enforced. Guards patrol. Criminals are punished swiftly and publicly. The threat of crucifixion, of being whipped to death, of being thrown to wild animals in the arena, these threats keep most people in line. But between the cities, in the spaces where the empire's reach is thin, the roads are dangerous. Bandits know where travellers rest. They know where the roads narrow, where the sight lines are poor, where a man alone can be surrounded before he realises what is happening. They know which inns are frequented by wealthy merchants, which travellers are carrying valuable goods. Epaphroditus travels with almost nothing. He carries the money and supplies the church gave him, hidden on his person, but he cannot afford to look wealthy. He cannot afford to attract attention. He dresses like a commoner, in simple clothes that will not stand out. He walks with his head down. He tries to blend in with the other travellers on the road, merchants, soldiers on leave, slaves running errands for their masters, pilgrims travelling to religious sites. At night he sleeps wherever he can. Sometimes there is an inn, a place where travellers can pay for a bed and a meal, but inns are expensive, and not all of them are safe. Some are run by people who ask too many questions, who want to know where you're going and what you're carrying. Some are frequented by the kinds of people you do not want to meet on a dark road. Thieves, violent men, people who would kill you for a handful of coins. More often, Epaphroditus sleeps outside, in a ditch, where he can pull his cloak over himself and hope that no one notices him, under a tree, where the branches provide some shelter from the rain, in the corner of a barn, where the owner does not mind as long as he's gone by morning. He eats sparingly, a loaf of bread purchased from a roadside vendor, a handful of olives, water from a well, if he can find one that is not polluted. Occasionally, if he's lucky, a piece of fruit or a bit of cheese. The food is never enough. His body is always hungry. But he cannot spend the money the church gave him on himself. That money is for Paul. That money is sacred, so he walks on an empty stomach. He walks when his feet blister. He walks when his legs ache. He walks when every part of him wants to stop, to rest, to turn back. This is not the journey of a hero in an epic. There are no dramatic battles. There are no narrow escapes from death. There is only the steady, exhausting grind of putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, week after week, and then, somewhere along the way, he gets sick. Chapter 3. The road of risk, illness in the ancient world is not like illness in the modern world. There are no hospitals. There are no antibiotics. There are no doctors who understand germ theory or infection. There is no concept of hygiene as we understand it. The idea that invisible organisms can cause disease, that washing your hands can prevent illness, that clean water matters. There is only the body and what the body can endure. At first, the sickness is minor, a cough, a tickle in the throat, the kind of thing that might pass with rest. But rest is a luxury Epaphroditus does not have. He has to keep moving. He has to reach Paul. He has to deliver what the church entrusted to him. The money, the supplies, the letters. These things cannot wait. Paul is in prison, suffering, possibly facing execution. Every day that passes is a day that Paul might not have food, might not have clean water, might not have the basic necessities of life. So Epaphroditus walks. The cough worsens. His throat becomes raw. Swallowing is painful. His body aches in a way that has nothing to do with the miles he has walked. This is different. This is something inside him, something wrong. The fever starts small. A slight warmth, a flush to his skin. He ignores it. He has been walking in the sun for weeks now. Of course he feels warm. Of course his skin is hot. But the fever does not go away. It gets worse. At night he shivers under his cloak even though the air is warm. During the day he feels like he is burning from the inside out. His vision blurs at the edges. His thoughts become sluggish, hard to grasp. Still he keeps walking. He walks through cities where no one knows his name. He walks through villages where no one cares that he is sick. He walks through wilderness where no one will find him if he collapses. Food becomes impossible. His stomach rebels against everything he tries to eat. The bread tastes like ash. The water tastes wrong. He forces himself to swallow because he knows he needs strength, but his body rejects it. He loses weight. His clothes hang loose on his frame. His face becomes gaunt. His eyes sink into his skull. And still, he keeps walking. Because the mission matters more than his comfort. Because Paul is waiting. Because the church entrusted him with this task, and he will not fail them. This is not heroism in the way we usually think of it. There are no crowds cheering. There are no witnesses. There is only a man, alone on a road, willing his body to keep moving when everything inside him is screaming to stop. He walks through pain that most of us will never know. He walks through exhaustion that goes beyond physical tiredness, that becomes a spiritual weight, a darkness that presses down on him with every step. He walks through moments where he is not sure if he will survive the day, where he sits by the side of the road and wonders if this is where it ends, if this is where his body finally gives out. But he stands up. He keeps walking. He thinks about the church in Philippi. He thinks about Lydia, about the other believers who scraped together their coins to help Paul. He thinks about their prayers, their faith, their trust in him. He cannot let them down. He thinks about Paul, locked in chains, depending on believers like him to survive. He thinks about the gospel, the message that changed his life, the truth that is worth dying for. And he keeps walking. The journey becomes a blur. Days blend together. He loses track of time. He only knows that he has to keep moving, that he has to reach Paul, that he cannot stop. And eventually, after weeks of walking, after weeks of sickness, after weeks of pushing his body beyond what it was meant to endure, he sees the city in the distance, Rome, or Caesarea, whichever city holds Paul. He has made it, but his body has nothing left to give. Chapter 4, Sickness Near Death. By the time Epaphroditus reaches Paul, he is gravely ill. We do not know the exact nature of his illness. The Bible does not specify medical. Knowledge in the first century is limited, and diagnoses are often based on symptoms rather than understanding of underlying causes. Some scholars speculate it was a fever, perhaps malaria or typhus, both common in the ancient Mediterranean. These diseases are spread by insects, mosquitoes for malaria, lice and fleas for typhus, and they are particularly deadly in crowded cities where sanitation is poor. Others suggest it could have been an infection, something that started small, a cut, a wound, something insignificant, and spread through his weakened body. In a world without antibiotics, even minor infections can become life-threatening. Still others think it might have been dysentery, or another gastrointestinal disease, contracted from contaminated water or food along the road. These diseases kill through dehydration, as the body loses fluids faster than it can replace them. What we do know is this: it nearly killed him. Paul, writing later to the church in Philippi, describes it plainly. Epaphroditus, he says, was sick to the point of death, not sick and recovering, not sick but improving, not sick but stable, sick to the point of death. This is medical language. Paul is not exaggerating for effect. He is not using hyperbole to make the story more dramatic. He is stating a fact as plainly as he can. Epaphroditus was dying. Think about what this means. Epaphroditus travelled hundreds of miles to reach Paul. He endured hunger, exhaustion, danger. He walked through sickness, through fever, through pain that would have stopped most men. He pushed his body beyond its limits, beyond what any reasonable person would expect. And when he finally arrived, when he finally completed the mission the church gave him, when he finally delivered the money and the supplies and the letters, his body gave out. He collapses, maybe in Paul's presence, as he is handing over the money. Maybe in whatever lodging he found near the prison after he has finally allowed himself to rest. The text does not say. What it does say is that Paul is with him. Paul sees him suffer. Paul watches as Epaphroditus' condition deteriorates, as the fever burns higher, as the strength drains from his body. And Paul can do nothing. This is important to understand. Paul is an apostle. He has performed miracles. He has healed the sick. He has cast out demons. He has raised the dead. In the book of Acts, we read about Paul healing a man who had been lame from birth. We read about Paul casting out a spirit of divination from a slave girl. We read about Paul surviving a shipwreck, a stoning, beatings, imprisonments. Paul has seen God work miracles through him, but he does not heal Epaphroditus. There is no account of Paul laying hands on him and commanding the fever to break. There is no prayer that results in immediate recovery. There is no angelic visitation, no divine intervention, no miraculous cure. Epaphroditus simply suffers, and Paul, who has seen, and so many miracles, who has been used by God to perform so many signs and wonders, can only sit by his bedside and watch. This is one of the most profound aspects of the story. It reminds us that miracles are not guaranteed, that God's power is real, but God's ways are not always dramatic, that sometimes faith means enduring rather than being rescued. Paul must have prayed. We know he prayed, because Paul prayed about everything. He prayed for the churches. He prayed for the believers. He prayed for his own thorn in the flesh, whatever that was, asking God 3 times to remove it. So surely he prayed for Epaphroditus. Surely he asked God to heal him, to restore him, to spare his life. But the healing does not come, at least not in the way anyone expects. And then word reaches Philippi. Communication in the ancient world is slow. A letter takes weeks, sometimes months, to travel from one city to another. It has to be carried by hand, by someone willing to make the journey, by someone travelling in the right direction. But somehow, news of Epaphroditus' illness makes it back to Philippi. Someone, perhaps another traveller, perhaps a merchant who knows the church, perhaps a Christian from another city who is passing through, carries the message. Epaphroditus is sick. Epaphroditus is dying. The church is devastated. They sent him. They prayed for him. They laid hands on him and commissioned him. They trusted God to protect him. They believed that his mission was important, that God would keep him safe, that he would return to them whole and healthy. And now he is dying far from home in a foreign city, surrounded by strangers. The guilt must be overwhelming. Did they do the right thing, sending him? Should they have sent someone else, someone stronger, someone less likely to get sick? Should they have waited, saved more money, sent 2 people instead of 1 so that no one would be alone? These are the questions that haunt them, that keep them up at night, that make them pray even more desperately for Epaphroditus' recovery. But here is where the story reveals something remarkable about Epaphroditus' character. When he learns that the church has heard about his condition, when he learns that they know he is dying, his primary concern is not for himself, it is for them. Paul writes that Epaphroditus was distressed because the church heard he was ill. Think about that for a moment. Read it again, slowly. Let it sink in. A man is dying. He is far from home. He is alone in a foreign city, or as alone as he can be while Paul is with him. His body is failing. He is in pain. He is weak. He can barely stand. He can barely think clearly through the fever. And his worry is not, will I survive? His worry is not, what will happen to me? His worry is, the church is going to be upset. The church is going to feel guilty. The church is going to blame themselves. The church is going to worry. He is distressed not because he is dying, but because they know he is dying. This is not the mindset of someone seeking glory. This is not the mindset of someone who expects to be remembered as a hero. This is not the mindset of someone who thinks his sacrifice makes him special. This is the mindset of a servant who cares more about others than about himself, a servant who worries about the emotional well-being of the people who sent him, even as his own life hangs in the balance, a servant who would rather suffer in silence than cause pain to those he loves. This is extraordinary. This is the kind of selflessness that the world does not understand, the kind of love that puts others before self, even, especially, at the point of death. And then, without explanation, without drama, without a single miraculous detail recorded, Epaphroditus survives. Chapter 5. Mercy without explanation. The Bible does not describe a healing. There is no moment where Paul lays hands on Epaphroditus and commands the fever to break. There is no angel appearing in the night, whispering comfort or delivering a message from God. There is no voice from heaven declaring, "This man shall live." There is no dramatic scene where Epaphroditus suddenly sits up, his strength restored, his body made whole by the power of God. Paul simply says, God had mercy on him. That is all, mercy, not a miracle, not a reward, not a sign of special favour, not a healing that proves God's power or validates Epaphroditus' faith. Mercy. The language is deliberate. Paul, who is a careful writer, who chooses his words with precision, does not say, God healed him because he was faithful. He does not say, God intervened because Epaphroditus deserved it. He does not say, God honoured his sacrifice with a dramatic rescue that everyone would talk about. He says God had mercy on him. Mercy is what you give when there is no obligation. Mercy is unearned. Mercy is grace extended to someone who has no claim on it. In the biblical framework, mercy is always a gift. It is never something you can demand. It is never something you can earn through good works or faithful service. Epaphroditus lived not because he earned survival, but because God chose to spare him. And Paul adds something else, something deeply human and deeply revealing. He says that God had mercy not only on Epaphroditus, but on himself as well, so that he would not have sorrow upon sorrow. This is a window into Paul's humanity. We often think of Paul as this towering figure, this theological giant, this man who wrote half the New Testament and planted churches across the Roman Empire. We think of him as almost superhuman, as someone whose faith was so strong that nothing could shake him. But here, Paul reveals his vulnerability. He is in chains. He is suffering. He is facing an uncertain future. He does not know if he will be released or executed. He does not know if he will ever see the churches he planted again. He does not know if his ministry is coming to an end. And in the middle of all this, Epaphroditus arrives, a brother, a friend, a messenger from a church Paul loves deeply, bringing money and supplies and encouragement, and then nearly dies. The thought of losing him, the thought of Epaphroditus dying after coming all this way, after sacrificing so much, after serving so faithfully, is almost too much for Paul to bear. He describes it as sorrow upon sorrow, as if he is already carrying so much grief, so much pain, so much uncertainty, that the death of Epaphroditus would be the weight that finally breaks him. So God spares him. not because Epaphroditus earned it, not because Paul prayed hard enough or had enough faith, but because God, in his mercy, chose to spare them both from that particular sorrow. This is a profound theological point. It reminds us that God's mercy is not a transaction. It is not something you can bargain for or earn through religious performance. It is a gift freely given for reasons we cannot always understand. Epaphroditus recovers slowly. The fever breaks. The strength begins to return to his body. He can sit up. He can eat. He can think clearly again. But it is not a dramatic recovery. It is not an instant transformation from sick to well. It is gradual, painful, slow. His body is weak. He has lost weight. His muscles have atrophied from weeks of lying sick. He cannot walk far without tiring. He cannot carry anything heavy. But he is alive, and eventually he is strong enough to travel. Paul makes a decision. Epaphroditus needs to go home. He needs to return to Philippi, to the church that sent him, to the people who have been praying for him, to the community that loves him. Paul writes a letter. It is addressed to the church in Philippi. It is full of encouragement, instruction, theology. It contains some of the most beautiful passages in all of Scripture. The hymn about Jesus emptying himself and taking on human form, the exhortation to rejoice in the Lord always, the promise of peace that surpasses understanding. This letter will become part of the New Testament. It will be read in churches for 2,000 years. It will be translated into hundreds of languages. It will shape the theology and practice of billions of Christians. But Epaphroditus does not know that. To him, it is simply a message from a man in chains to a church that loves him. Paul gives him the letter. He sends him home. He tells him to carry this message, to deliver it to the believers, to tell them that Paul is okay, that he is still preaching the gospel even in chains, that he has hope. And Epaphroditus, still weak, still recovering, begins the long journey back to Philippi. Chapter 6. Returning without glory. The journey back to Philippi is not triumphant. There are no crowds waiting to celebrate Epaphroditus' return. There is no parade through the streets. There are no songs written about his heroism. He is simply a man walking home, after nearly dying far from the people he loves, and the walk is hard. Epaphroditus is not healed in the dramatic sense. He is not restored to full strength. His body is still recovering from the illness that nearly killed him. He is simply alive, which is more than anyone expected, but less than anyone hoped. He walks slowly, much more slowly than he did on the journey to Paul. His legs are weak. His breath comes short. He has to rest often, sitting by the side of the road, waiting for his strength to return. The miles that he covered on the way to Paul, pushing through pain and fever, now feel impossible. What once took him a day now takes 2 days, sometimes 3. But he keeps going. He carries Paul's letter carefully. It is precious. It is personal. It contains words that the church needs to hear, words that will encourage them, strengthen them, remind them of what they believe and why they believe it. The letter is not long, a few pages maybe, written on papyrus or parchment, but it is heavy with meaning. It represents Paul's love for the church, his concern for them, his desire to stay connected even though he is locked in chains hundreds of miles away. Epaphroditus guards it with his life. He sleeps with it hidden in his clothes. He checks it constantly to make sure it is still there, still intact, still readable. The walk back takes longer than the walk there, but eventually, after weeks on the road, after weeks of slow, painful progress, Epaphroditus sees the walls of Philippi in the distance. Home. The word has never meant more. He walks through the gates of the city. He makes his way through the familiar streets. He finds the house where the church meets. The church is waiting. They have been praying. They have been worried. They have been imagining the worst. They have been living with the guilt of sending him, the fear that he might not come back, the uncertainty of not knowing whether he is alive or dead. And then he appears. He's thin. He's pale. He walks slowly, carefully like a man who is still learning to trust his body again. But he is alive. The church surrounds him. They embrace him. They weep. They thank God for bringing him home. And Epaphroditus gives them the letter. This is the moment Paul has been preparing them for. In the letter, he has written specific instructions about how the church should receive Epaphroditus, about how they should treat him, about what his service means. Receive him in the Lord with all joy, Paul writes, and honour such people because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This is not a command to throw a parade. This is not a call to build a monument or write songs about him. This is a simple, profound recognition. What Epaphroditus did was valuable, even though it was not spectacular. He did not preach to thousands. He did not write scripture. He did not perform miracles. He carried his message. He delivered aid. He nearly died doing it. And Paul says, honour him. Chapter 7. The lesson for the church. Paul's instructions to the Philippians are specific and deliberate. He tells them to receive Epaphroditus in the Lord with all joy, not with pity, not with guilt, not with awkwardness or uncertainty about how to respond to someone who suffered so much on their behalf. With joy, because he is alive, because he is home, because his mission was successful, because God was merciful. Paul tells them to honour such people, not just Epaphroditus, but people like him, people who serve quietly, people who risk everything without seeking recognition, people who nearly die in obscurity for the sake of the gospel. And he tells them why, because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This last phrase is interesting. What was lacking in your service to me? Paul is not criticising the church. He is not saying they failed or that their love was inadequate. He is simply acknowledging a practical reality. They wanted to serve Paul, to help him, to support him in prison, but they could not do it themselves. They were in Philippi. He was in Rome or Caesarea. The distance made it impossible, so Epaphroditus went on their behalf. He completed what they could not complete. He carried what they could not carry. He risked what they could not risk. And Paul says, honour him for it. There is a theology embedded in this command, and it is a theology that the church desperately needed to hear, not just in the first century, but in every century since. In the early church, there was a temptation, one that still exists today, to value only the visible, the dramatic, the miraculous, to think that the apostles mattered more than the believers who supported them, to think that the preachers were more important than the people who made sure they had food, to think that the missionaries were the real heroes, while the people who sent them were just background noise. Paul pushes back against this with everything he has. He insists that faithfulness, not success, is what God values. He insists that service does not require recognition to be meaningful. He insists that the church honour the people who do the unglamorous, costly work of keeping the body of Christ alive. Epaphroditus will not be remembered the way Paul is remembered. His name will appear only a handful of times in Scripture. Most Christians today could not tell you a single thing about him beyond the fact that he nearly died and recovered. But Paul says, honour him anyway, because God does not measure significance the way we do. The world measures significance by results, by numbers, by impact, by how many people know your name, by how many lives you changed, by whether you achieve something that will outlast you. God measures significance by faithfulness. Did you do what you were called to do? Did you love the people God put in front of you? Did you serve even when it was hard? Did you keep going even when no one was watching? Epaphroditus did. He was asked to carry a message. He carried it. He was asked to deliver aid. He delivered it. He nearly died in the process. And when he recovered, he went home and life went on. And Paul says, this is the kind of faith that matters. Not because it was spectacular, not because it will be remembered, but because it was real. The church in Philippi needed to hear this. They needed to know that their sacrifice, the money they scraped together, the prayers they offered, the brother they sent, mattered to Paul, and more importantly mattered to God. They needed to know that Epaphroditus' suffering was not wasted. that his illness was not meaningless, that his recovery was not just good luck or random chance. It was mercy, God's mercy. And that mercy meant something, and we need to hear it too. We live in a world that celebrates the spectacular. We celebrate the pastors with megachurches and best-selling books. We celebrate the missionaries who plant churches in dangerous countries. We celebrate the singers whose worship songs are sung by millions. And there is nothing wrong with celebrating those things. God uses those people. God works through them. Their ministries matter. But we forget the people like Epaphroditus. We forget the people who show up every week to teach Sunday school to 5 kids in a church basement. We forget the people who clean the bathrooms and vacuum the floors and make sure the coffee is ready on Sunday morning. We forget the people who visit the sick in hospitals, who sit with the dying, who bring meals to families in crisis. We forget the people who pray when no one is watching. The people who give generously and never want their names on a plaque. The people who serve in ways that will never make the church newsletter or the annual report. These are the people who hold the church together. And Paul says, honour them. Because this is the kind of faith that lasts. This is the kind of faith that endures when the crowds are gone, when the excitement fades, when the initial enthusiasm gives way to the long, hard work of actually living as Christians in a world that does not care about our faith. This is the kind of faith that gets sick and does not complain. The kind of faith that worries more about others than about itself. The kind of faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epilogue. The faith that endures quietly. There is a certain kind of faith that the world will never applaud. It is the faith of the person who shows up when no one is watching. The faith of the person who serves without expecting recognition. The faith of the person who carries the burden because someone has to, and no one else is willing. Epaphroditus had that faith. He was not a hero in the way we usually define heroes. He did not slay giants. He did not lead armies into battle. He did not write books or deliver sermons that changed the course of history. He walked until his body gave out. He delivered a message. He survived by mercy, not by merit. And Paul said, honour him. Because this is the kind of faith that holds the church together. Not the faith that performs miracles in front of crowds, but the faith that quietly, stubbornly keeps going when no one is looking. This is the faith that gets sick and does not complain. The faith that worries more about others than about itself. The faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epaphroditus returned to Philippi. He recovered from his illness. He presumably went back to whatever life he had before, his work, his family, his daily routines. He faded from history. His name appears in Scripture only because Paul insisted that the church honour him. We do not know what happened to him after this. We do not know if he continued to serve the church in Philippi. We do not know if he ever took another dangerous journey. We do not know when he died or how he died. All we know is that for one brief moment, his faithfulness was recorded, his service was acknowledged, his sacrifice was honoured, and that is enough. Because somewhere in the quiet corners of eternity, his walk matters, his suffering matters, his faithfulness matters. Not because it was spectacular, but because it was real. In a world that measures worth by fame, by influence, by how many people know your name, Epaphroditus is a reminder that God measures worth differently. He measures it by love, by service, by faithfulness, by the willingness to walk a road that no one else will walk, to carry a burden that no one else will carry, to serve in a way that no one else will see. This is the faith that endures quietly. This is the faith that changes the world, one small act of obedience at a time. This is the faith that God honours, even when the world forgets. Epaphroditus walked his road. He carried his message. He nearly died. He lived. And Paul said, honour him, not for the miracle, but for the mercy, not for the fame, but for the faithfulness. May we all have the courage to walk the roads that Epaphroditus walked, the roads that no one applauds, the roads that nearly kill us, the roads that matter to God even when they do not matter to anyone else. May we honour the people in our lives who serve quietly, who love without recognition, who carry burdens we will never see. And may we remember that in the economy of heaven, the greatest faith is often the faith that no one notices, the faith that simply shows up day after day and after day, does what needs to be done because God sees, and in the end, that is all that matters. The story of Epaphroditus is not a story about miracles. It is not a story about dramatic rescues or supernatural interventions. It is a story about a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous. It is a story about a man who kept walking when his body begged him to stop. It is a story about a man who nearly died and then worried more about the people who sent him than about his own survival. It is a story about mercy, about the mercy of God who spares us when we do not deserve it, about the mercy we are called to show to others, recognizing their service even when it is not spectacular, about the mercy we need to give ourselves, understanding that faithfulness is enough, that we do not have to be famous or successful or remembered to matter to God. Epaphroditus matters, not because he was extraordinary, but because he was faithful, not because he did something no one else could do, but because he did what he was asked to do, not because he sought recognition, but because he served without expecting it. And that is the kind of faith that God honours, the kind of faith that endures quietly, the kind of faith that carries us through the hard seasons, the painful seasons, the seasons when no one is watching and no one cares and it feels like our service does not matter. Because it does matter. Every act of faithfulness matters. Every moment of obedience matters. Every sacrifice, no matter how small, matters. God sees. God knows. And God honours the faith that endures quietly. May we be like Epaphroditus. May we walk the hard roads with faithfulness. May we serve without seeking recognition. May we trust that God's mercy is enough, even when miracles do not come. And may we honour those who walk these roads alongside us, recognising that the most important work is often the work that no one sees. Because in the end, it is not about being remembered. It is about being faithful, and that is enough. If you're enjoying this story and finding value in this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in reaching more listeners like you. If you're tuning in on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really connects us all. And if you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. It keeps these stories coming. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when everything hangs in the balance, not because of armies marching or treaties being signed, but because one person, in one quiet moment, decides to do what is right. We remember the names of kings, we study the words of prophets, we build monuments to warriors and write songs about heroes. But there are others, people whose names we barely know, whose faces history never captured, whose courage was shown not on battlefields, but in small, deliberate acts of mercy. This is the story of one such person, a man with no power, no title, no protection, a foreigner in a land that was not his own, serving in a palace where he had no voice. And yet, when the moment came, when a life hung in the balance and everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is not a story of miracles or divine intervention arriving in thunder and light. This is a story about a choice made in fear, in uncertainty, with no guarantee of safety, a choice that would echo through generations, remembered not because it was grand, but because it was good. History is filled with dramatic turning points, battles that decided the fate of nations, treaties that redrew the maps of continents, speeches that inspired revolutions. These are the moments we teach in schools, the stories we tell our children, the events we commemorate with holidays and statues. But between those grand moments, in the spaces where history books grow quiet, There are other stories, smaller stories. Stories of individuals who faced impossible choices with no witnesses, no cameras, no guarantee that anyone would remember what they did. These are the stories that reveal who we really are. Anyone can be brave when the world is watching. Anyone can do the right thing when there are rewards waiting, when there is applause, when there is safety in numbers. But what about when no one is watching? What about when doing the right thing costs everything and gains nothing? What about when the choice is between your safety and someone else's life? That is when character is tested. That is when we discover what we truly believe. And that is exactly the kind of moment that defines this story. This is the story of Ebed-Melech, the man who saved a prophet. And it begins in a city on the edge of destruction. Chapter 1. Jerusalem on the Brink. Jerusalem in those days was a city suffocating under its own fear. The walls still stood, massive and ancient, built from limestone blocks that had withstood centuries of wind and rain. The temple still rose above the rooftops, its stones catching the morning light, its courts still filled with priests performing their rituals, its altars still receiving the sacrifices of a people who desperately hoped God was still listening. Markets still opened each morning, merchants still called out their wares, though the prices grew higher with each passing week. Children still played in the narrow streets between houses. From a distance, from the hills surrounding the city, you might think nothing had changed. But inside those walls, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming. No, Babylon was already here. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was camped outside the gates, their armies stretched across the landscape like a dark sea that had no end. Their siege engines stood ready, enormous wooden structures that towered over the walls, mechanisms of destruction built by engineers who had conquered city after city, who knew exactly how to break stone and shatter gates and reduce proud civilizations to rubble. Their soldiers waited with the patience of men who knew the outcome was already decided. They did not need to attack yet. They could simply wait. Wait for the food to run out. Wait for the water to run low. Wait for disease and hunger and despair to do their work. They had time. Jerusalem did not. It was not a question of if Jerusalem would fall. It was a question of when. And everyone inside those walls knew it. You could see it in the faces of the people, the way they moved through the streets with their eyes down, their voices quiet, their steps hurried. The way mothers held their children a little tighter, the way men gathered in doorways speaking in low tones, glancing over, their shoulders, afraid even their words might bring trouble. The city had become a pressure vessel, sealed tight, with no release. Fear had a way of building in enclosed spaces. It pressed down on people, made them desperate, made them turn on each other. When there is no external enemy you can reach, you find enemies within. Inside the city, the people were divided. Some believed they could negotiate. There were diplomats who thought if they could just get a message to the Babylonian king, if they could offer tribute, if they could make the right promises, perhaps the city could be spared. They remembered that Jerusalem had survived threats before. Surely God would not allow his holy city to fall. Some believed they could fight. There were soldiers, younger men mostly, who argued that the walls had never been breached, that they had supplies enough for months if they rationed carefully, that the Babylonians would eventually give up and move on to easier targets. They spoke of heroic last stands, of glory in battle, of dying with honour rather than surrendering to pagans. Some believed God would intervene at the last moment, as he had done before. They told stories of the night when the Assyrian army had camped outside these same walls more than a century earlier, and how an angel of the Lord had struck down thousands of enemy soldiers in a single night, and how the Assyrian king had fled back to his own land in terror and shame. If God had done it once, surely he would do it again. Surely he would not abandon his people. Surely deliverance was coming. But these were the desperate hopes of people who had run out of options. The rational voices, the ones who looked at the situation clearly and honestly, knew better. They knew that Babylon was not Assyria. They knew that this time was different. They knew that Jerusalem had brought this upon itself through years of rebellion, of ignoring warnings, of breaking covenants, of turning away from the very God. They now begged to save them. And then there was Jeremiah, The prophet had been warning them for years, not months, not weeks, years. His message had never changed. Not once. Not even when it made him hated. Not even when it made him a target. Not even when it would have been so much easier to tell the people what they wanted to hear. Repent. Turn back to God. Surrender to Babylon, because judgment has already been decided. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. It was not a popular message. The officials hated him. They saw him as a traitor, a defeatist, a man who was actively working to undermine the city's defence. How could he tell people to surrender? How could he say that resistance was futile? How could he claim to speak for God while advocating for submission to a pagan empire? The priests dismissed him. They performed their rituals, they offered their sacrifices, they assured the people that God would protect his temple. They had their position, their authority, their comfortable certainty. Jeremiah threatened all of that with his message of judgment and destruction. The people called him a coward. They wanted a prophet who would promise victory, who would assure them that righteousness would triumph, who would tell them that their suffering had meaning and that rescue was coming. Jeremiah offered none of that. He offered only the hard truth. You are being destroyed because you have abandoned God, and your only hope now is to accept the consequences of your choices. But Jeremiah kept speaking. He had no choice. The word of the Lord burned inside him like a fire, and he could not hold it in. He stood in the courtyards of the temple. He walked through the streets of the city. He spoke to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. And his words were always the same. This is what the Lord says: surrender and live. Resist and die. He did not soften the message. He did not try to make it more palatable. He simply delivered what he had been given to say, regardless of the cost. And the cost was high. People spat at him when he passed. Children threw stones. He was arrested repeatedly, beaten, imprisoned. His own family turned against him. His fellow priests sought to silence him. He was forbidden from entering the temple. He was isolated, despised, rejected by the very people he was trying to save. And still, he kept speaking. Because that is what prophets do. They speak the truth even when the truth is unbearable. They deliver the message even when the message is rejected. They stand in the gap between God and humanity and bear the weight of both. But there comes a point when patience runs out, when fear overrides reason, when desperate people do desperate things. The officials grew tired of Jeremiah's voice. In a time of war, words like his were dangerous. They weakened morale. They sowed doubt among the soldiers. They made people question whether the fight was worth it. They planted seeds of surrender in hearts that needed to remain strong. The city was already fragile, already divided, already terrified. The last thing they needed was a prophet of doom walking the streets, telling everyone that resistance was pointless. So the officials made a decision. They went to the king. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Condemned. King Zedekiah sat on his throne in the palace, surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and officials who all claimed to know what was best for the city. But the truth was, none of them knew. No one had ever faced a situation quite like this. No one had a clear answer, and Zedekiah himself was perhaps the least equipped person in the entire city to lead them through this crisis. He was a weak man. History would remember him that way, not cruel necessarily, not malicious, just weak. He had been placed on the throne by the Babylonians years earlier, after they had deposed the previous king. He was a puppet and everyone knew it. He had no real authority, no real power. He ruled at the pleasure of the very empire that was now trying to destroy him. He lived in constant fear. Fear of the Babylonians, fear of his own officials, fear of the people, fear of the prophets, fear of God. He feared everything, and so he did nothing. He was a man trapped between impossible choices, unable to commit to any of them. When Jeremiah had first begun prophesying surrender, Zedekiah had secretly consulted with him. Late at night, when no one else could see, the king would send for the prophet and ask him privately what God was saying, and Jeremiah would tell him the same thing he told everyone else: surrender to Babylon, and you will live. Resist, and you will die." But Zedekiah could not bring himself to do it. To surrender would be to admit defeat, to humiliate himself before the very empire that had made him king. It would be to betray the trust of his officials, his soldiers, his people. It would be to guarantee that history would remember him as the king who gave up without a fight. So he did nothing. He allowed the officials to continue their plans for resistance. He allowed the priests to continue promising divine deliverance. He allowed the situation to deteriorate day by day, unable to make the hard choice that might have saved thousands of lives. And then the officials came to him with a proposal. There were 4 of them: Shephatiah son of Mattain, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jehukal son of Shelemiah, Pasha son of Malchijah, men of influence, men who had the king's ear, men who had made their position clear. "My lord king," they said, their voices respectful but firm, "we must speak with you about Jeremiah the prophet." Zedekiah shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. He had been dreading this conversation. "What about him?" the king asked, though he already knew. "He continues to prophesy defeat," one of them said. "He tells the soldiers that anyone who stays in the city will die by sword, or famine, or plague, but anyone who goes over to the Babylonians will live. He is actively encouraging desertion. He is undermining the defense of this city. He tells the people that this city will certainly be given into the hands of the king of Babylon's army," another added. "He offers no hope, no encouragement, only doom." The king was silent. What could he say? Everything they said was true. Jeremiah was saying exactly those things, but Jeremiah claimed to speak for God. And if he truly spoke for God, then what right did anyone have to silence him? "This man should be put to death," the officials said, their tone leaving no room for debate. "He is discouraging the soldiers and all the people with his words. He does not seek the good of this city, but its ruin. He is a traitor, my lord, and traitors, especially in wartime, deserve death." There it was. The request was clear. They wanted permission to execute Jeremiah, and they were essentially telling the king that if he did not give that permission, they would question his loyalty to the city. Zedekiah felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. If he protected Jeremiah, he would anger the officials, lose what little authority he had left, and possibly spark internal conflict at the worst possible time. If he condemned Jeremiah, he would be silencing a prophet of God, and what would the consequences of that be? He took the coward's way out. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a masterpiece of political cowardice. He did not give explicit permission. He did not order Jeremiah's death. He simply removed himself from the equation, claimed powerlessness, and allowed the officials to do whatever they wanted. It was permission by abdication. The officials bowed and left immediately. They had what they needed. They came for Jeremiah in the early morning, when the city was just beginning to wake. There was no public announcement, no formal charges, no opportunity for defence. This was not a trial, it was an execution. But they could not simply kill him outright. There were still people in the city who respected the prophet, who believed his words might be true. An obvious execution could spark unrest. So they chose a method that would be slower, quieter, more deniable. They would bury him alive. The guards surrounded Jeremiah where he had been confined in the courtyard of the guard. He did not resist. He had long ago accepted that his calling would likely cost him his life. He had made peace with that possibility years earlier. They led him through the streets, past people who watched from doorways but said nothing. Some pitied him, some hated him, some feared him. Most were simply too afraid to intervene, too worn down by their own suffering to care about anyone else's. They brought him to the courtyard of the guard, where a large cistern stood, a deep pit that had been carved into the rock to collect rainwater during the wet season. It was an old cistern, one that had been there for generations. During times of plenty it would fill with fresh water. But there had been no rain for months. The cistern was nearly empty. What remained at the bottom was not water, it was mud. Thick, black, clinging mud that had accumulated over years. The residue of countless rainstorms mixed with dirt and debris that had fallen in, fermented by time and heat into something foul and suffocating. The kind of mud that pulls at your legs when you step into it, that sucks at your feet and drags you down slowly inch by inch. The kind of mud that can swallow a man whole. They tied ropes around Jeremiah's arms and lowered him into the cistern. The opening was narrow, perhaps a metre across. The sides were slick limestone, impossible to climb. The depth was perhaps 10 metres, maybe more. Jeremiah went down slowly, spinning slightly as the ropes unwound. The circle of sky above him grew smaller and smaller. The sounds of the city faded, and then his feet touched the surface of the mud. It was cold, shockingly cold, and immediately he felt it pulling at him, clinging to his legs, resisting every attempt to move, and then they let go. The ropes were pulled back up, slithering against the stone walls. The sound of footsteps faded, voices grew distant, and Jeremiah was left alone in the pit, slowly sinking into the cold, suffocating earth. There was no food, no water, no light except the narrow circle of sky far above, so distant it might as well have been the moon. The walls were slick and impossible to climb. Even if he had the strength, there was nothing to grip, no way to ascend. The mud rose to his thighs, then his waist, holding him in place like a living tomb. He could not sit. The mud would engulf him. He could not lie down. He could only stand, muscles straining, fighting against the constant pull of the earth, and wait for the end. The cold seeped into his bones. His legs began to ache. Hours passed. The circle of sky above darkened as clouds moved across the sun, then brightened again. Time lost meaning. He prayed. What else could he do? He prayed not for rescue. He had learned long ago not to assume God would spare him from suffering, but for strength to endure, for peace in his final hours, for forgiveness for those who had done this to him. And above him, the city went on with its life. People bought bread in the markets, though it cost more each day. Soldiers stood watch on the walls, squinting at the Babylonian armies camped in the distance. Officials made plans, held meetings, argued about strategy. Priests performed sacrifices in the temple, assuring worshippers that God would protect them. And a prophet of God was buried alive beneath their feet, and no one did anything. The mud continued to pull at him. His legs trembled with exhaustion. The cold became unbearable, thirst began to claw at his throat. And still, no one came. But someone noticed. Thus, Chapter 3. The outsider who notices his name was Ebed-Melech. The name itself is interesting. In Hebrew it means servant of the king. It might not have been his birth name at all, but rather a title, a designation of his role. We do not know his original name. We do not know when he came to Jerusalem or how he ended up in the king's service. What we do know is that he was not from Jerusalem. He was not from Judah. He was not even from anywhere nearby. He was from Cush, what we now call Ethiopia, though the ancient borders were different, encompassing regions that today include Sudan and parts of Egypt. It was a land far to the south, beyond the deserts and the great river Nile, a place most people in Jerusalem had only heard about in stories. His skin was darker than those around him. His features were different. His accent, when he spoke Hebrew, marked him immediately as foreign. He stood out in every crowd, not by choice, but by the simple fact of his existence in a place where he did not naturally belong. He was a servant in the king's household. The text specifies that he was a eunuch, which tells us several important things. First, it means he had been taken from his homeland, almost certainly as a young man, possibly even as a boy. This was common practice in ancient times. Conquered peoples, subject nations, and those seeking favour with powerful kingdoms would sometimes send young men to serve in foreign courts. These young men would be castrated to ensure they could be trusted around the royal household, particularly the king's wives and concubines, and then trained for service. It was a brutal practice, one that robbed these men not only of their bodily autonomy, but of any hope for a normal life. They would never have families, never have children, never have the future that most people took for granted. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither slave nor free, neither citizen nor foreigner, neither man nor something else. They were invisible in a sense. People looked through them rather than at them. They were functionaries, tools, useful objects that performed necessary tasks, but were not considered fully human in the way that other people were. Ebed-Melech would have understood what it meant to be powerless. He lived it every day. He had no family in Jerusalem, no wife, no children, no brothers or cousins or uncles who might support him or defend him. He had no inheritance waiting for him, no land, no wealth of his own. Everything he had, his clothes, his food, his very place to sleep, existed at the pleasure of the king. He could be dismissed at any moment, sold, cast out, and if that happened, where would he go? Back to Cush, after years or even decades away. He would be a stranger there too, marked by his time in a foreign land, altered in ways that would make him an outsider even in his homeland. He was utterly vulnerable. And yet somehow he had retained something that many others had lost. He had retained his conscience. He had retained the ability to see suffering and be moved by it, to recognize injustice and be troubled by it, to witness cruelty and refuse to accept it as normal. This is not as common as we might think. People can become numb to suffering, especially when surrounded by it constantly. When you see injustice every day, when cruelty becomes routine, when you yourself are powerless and vulnerable, there is a strong temptation to simply accept it, to tell yourself that this is how the world works, that there is nothing you can do, that your own survival must be your only priority. But Ebed-Melech had not become numb. Perhaps it was because he knew what it was like to be the one suffering. Perhaps it was because he had experienced what it meant to be overlooked, dismissed, forgotten. Perhaps it was because, as a foreigner, as a servant, as a eunuch, he had learned to pay attention to people that others ignored. Or perhaps it was simply that he believed in God, and that belief had shaped him into someone who could not look away from evil. We do not know exactly how Ebed-Melech learned that Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern. The text does not tell us, but somehow he heard. Perhaps he overheard the officials talking about it, their voices carrying through the corridors of the palace as they congratulated themselves on solving the problem of the troublesome prophet. Perhaps a guard mentioned it in passing, complaining about having to lower the old man into the pit. Perhaps he simply noticed that Jeremiah, who had been confined in the courtyard of the guard, was no longer visible, and he asked where the prophet had gone. However it happened, Ebed-Melech learned the truth. Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern, left to sink into the mud, left to die slowly of hunger and cold and exhaustion. And unlike everyone else in that city who knew what had happened, Ebed-Melech was disturbed by it. Not just concerned, not just uncomfortable, disturbed, because he recognized it for what it was. Murder. Slow, cruel, deniable murder. And he could not accept it. The easiest thing to do would have been to stay silent, to tell himself it was not his business, that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew what they were doing, that a foreign servant had no right to question the decisions of Judean leaders. He could have reminded himself that he was powerless, that speaking up would only bring trouble, that he had no authority, no influence, no protection, that if he made himself a problem, he could easily end up in that cistern beside Jeremiah, or worse. He could have done what everyone else was doing, looked away, kept his head down, focused on his own survival, but he did not. Because knowing something is wrong is one thing, doing something about it is another thing, and Ebed-Melech made a choice. Chapter 4. A risky decision. The choice to act is never simple when acting puts you in danger. Ebed-Melech knew what he was risking. He understood the dynamics of power in the palace. He knew that the officials who had condemned Jeremiah were powerful men with connections, men who could make life very difficult for anyone who opposed them. He knew that speaking up meant making himself visible in a way that servants were never supposed to be visible. It meant drawing attention to himself, stepping out of his assigned role, asserting a moral authority that society said he did not have. He knew that questioning the officials' decision could be seen as questioning their wisdom, their judgment, even their loyalty to the city. and in a time of war such questions could be interpreted as treason. But he also knew that if he did nothing, Jeremiah would die. Perhaps he had seen the prophet from a distance, heard him speaking in the courtyards, witnessed the courage it took to keep delivering an unpopular message day after day despite the hatred and violence it brought. Perhaps he admired that kind of integrity, that kind of commitment to truth regardless of cost. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps he just could not bear the thought of a man dying slowly in the dark, alone, abandoned, while the world went on above him. So Ebed-Melech made his choice. He would go to the king. This was not a small decision. Approaching the king directly was something servants simply did not do. There were protocols, hierarchies, chains of command. You did not just walk up to the king and start talking. Especially not about a matter as sensitive as this. Especially not in contradiction to the official's decision. But Ebed-Melech knew that if he went through proper channels, his request would be blocked. The officials would ensure that the king never heard about it, or they would frame it in a way that made Ebed-Melech seem presumptuous, disloyal, dangerous. No, if he was going to do this, he had to do it directly. He had to find a moment when the king was accessible, and he had to speak before anyone could stop him. That moment came when King Zedekiah was sitting in the Benjamin Gate. The Benjamin Gate was the main entrance to the city, located on the northern side. It was not just a gate, but a complex structure with rooms and chambers where legal matters were conducted, where the king would sometimes hold court, where public business was transacted. Zedekiah was there that day, surrounded by advisors and officials conducting the routine business of a city under siege. There were disputes to settle, resources to allocate, reports to hear. Ebed-Melech walked toward the gate with his heart pounding. Every step felt weighted with consequence. He could turn back. No one would blame him. No one expected him to do this. But he kept walking. When he reached the gate, he saw the king seated with his counselors around him. The same officials who had condemned Jeremiah were there. Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, Pashur. They stood near the king, speaking in low tones, their body language relaxed and confident. Ebed-Melech approached. Heads turned, conversations paused. Who was this servant, and why was he interrupting? But before anyone could stop him, Ebed-Melech spoke. "My lord the king." His voice was steady, despite the fear coursing through him. This was the moment. There was no going back now. Zedekiah looked up, surprised. "Yes? What is it?" Ebed-Melech did not hesitate. He knew that if he paused, if he showed any uncertainty, he would be dismissed immediately. So he spoke clearly, firmly, with the kind of moral authority that comes not from position, but from conviction. "My lord, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern, where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." The words hung in the air like an accusation, and they were an accusation. Direct, unambiguous. He called it what it was, wicked. He didn't say unfortunate. He did not say regrettable. He did not use diplomatic language or careful phrasing. He called it wickedness, and he pointed directly at the men responsible. The officials stared at him, their expression shifting from surprise to anger. Who was this foreign servant to call them wicked? Who was he to question their decisions? Who was he to speak to the king about matters of state? But Ebed-Melech did not back down. He stood there, meeting the king's eyes, waiting for a response. There was a moment of tense silence. The king could have dismissed him, could have had him arrested for speaking out of turn, could have sided with the officials and rebuked this servant for his presumption. But something in Ebed-Melech's words struck home. Perhaps it was the directness of the accusation. Perhaps it was the reminder that Jeremiah would starve to death, not die in battle, not be executed cleanly, but starve slowly in the dark. Perhaps it was simply that the king still felt guilty about his earlier cowardice, about telling the officials that he could do nothing to stop them. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. "Take 30 men from here with you," the king said, his voice firm for once, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was a significant number, more than necessary for a simple rescue. But the king understood the dynamics at play. He was giving Ebed-Melech not just permission, but protection. 30 men meant that no one would interfere. It meant that the officials could not quietly stop the rescue. It meant that this was now a royal command, not a servant's request. The officials' expressions hardened, but they said nothing. The king had spoken, and while Zedekiah was weak in many ways, he was still the king. This was his palace, his guard. For the moment, at least, his word carried weight. Ebed-Melech bowed deeply, acknowledging the king's command. Then, without wasting a moment, he turned and left to gather the men. His heart was racing. He had done it. He had spoken truth to power, and somehow, miraculously, power had listened. But now came the hard part, the actual rescue. Chapter 5. The rescue Ebed-Melech moved quickly but deliberately. Time was critical. Jeremiah had already been in the cistern for at least a day, possibly longer. In the cold and the mud, without food or water, even a strong man would weaken rapidly. And Jeremiah was not a young man. He had endured years of persecution, imprisonment, beatings. His body had taken tremendous abuse. Every hour that passed was an hour closer to death. Ebed-Melech gathered the 30 men the king had assigned to him. They were soldiers from the king's guard, men accustomed to following orders. They did not question why they were being sent, to rescue a prophet whom most of the city considered a traitor. They simply followed. But before going to the cistern, Ebed-Melech made a stop that reveals something profound about his character. He went to the palace storeroom. He could have gone directly to the cistern. He had permission. He had the men. He had the authority of a royal command. Time was of the essence. The logical thing would be to rush to the courtyard, throw down some ropes, and pull Jeremiah out as quickly as possible. But Ebed-Melech did not do that. Instead, he went to the storeroom and began collecting items. Old rags, worn-out clothes, pieces of cloth that had been discarded, set aside, forgotten. The kind of materials that had no value, that no one wanted, that would normally be thrown away or used for the dirtiest of tasks. The soldiers watched, confused. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time collecting rags when a man was dying? But Ebed-Melech knew exactly what he was doing. He had thought about this carefully. He had imagined what it would be like to be in that cistern, standing in cold mud, weakened by hunger and thirst and exhaustion. He had thought about what it would be like to have ropes lowered down, to have your only chance of survival be to grip those ropes and be pulled up through 10 meters of darkness. And he had realized something that no one else had considered. The ropes would cut into Jeremiah's flesh. When you're being pulled upward by ropes tied around your arms, your entire body weight is suspended from those points of contact. If you are weak, if your skin is cold and fragile, if you have been standing in water and mud for hours, those ropes will tear into you like blades. They will cut through skin, damage muscle, possibly injure you so badly that even if you survive the rescue, you will carry the scars forever. Ebed-Melech could not prevent all of Jeremiah's suffering, but he could prevent this one unnecessary agony. So he gathered rags, soft, worn cloth, and he brought them, along with strong ropes, to the cistern. When they arrived at the courtyard of the guard, the cistern stood silent and ominous. Just a hole in the ground, really. But down in that darkness was a man who had spent his life trying to save his people, and who was now being killed for his efforts. Ebed-Melech approached the edge and called down, "Jeremiah!" His voice echoed against the stone walls. For a long moment there was no response. The soldiers exchanged glances. Were they too late? Then, faint and distant, a voice emerged from the depths. "I am here!" Relief flooded through Ebed-Melech. The prophet was still alive. But there was a weakness in that voice, a tremor that spoke of suffering and exhaustion. "Jeremiah, listen to me carefully," Ebed-Melech called down, his voice clear and calm despite the urgency he felt. "I am going to lower ropes to you. But first, I am lowering some old rags and worn-out clothes. When you receive them, I need you to put them under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. "Do you understand?" There was a pause. Then, "I understand." Ebed-Melech and the soldiers carefully lowered the bundle of rags into the cistern, playing out the rope slowly, making sure it reached the bottom. They waited, giving Jeremiah time to find the rags in the darkness, to understand what he needed to do. It took several minutes. They could hear faint sounds from below, movement, splashing, the soft grunts of a man trying to work with numb, trembling hands in complete darkness. Then Jeremiah's voice came again, stronger this time. "I am ready." Now they lowered the rescue ropes, thick and strong. Again they waited, patient, giving Jeremiah time to position the rags properly, to secure himself as best he could. "Pull," came the voice from below. Ebed-Melech organised the men, 30 soldiers, working in coordinated teams. They did not yank, they did not rush. They pulled steadily, smoothly, distributing the weight evenly, making sure the ascent was as gentle as possible. It was harder than they expected. Jeremiah was not a large man, but he was covered in thick mud that clung to him like weights, and the mud in the bottom of the cistern was deep. It released him reluctantly, sucking at his legs, trying to pull him back down. The soldiers strained. The ropes creaked. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah rose through the darkness. It took time, much more time than a simple lift should take. But Ebed-Melech had insisted, slowly, carefully, no sudden movements. They could not risk the rope slipping or Jeremiah losing his grip. The circle of light at the top of the cistern must have seemed impossibly far away to Jeremiah as he spun slowly in the darkness, arms burning, body shaking with exhaustion. But that circle grew larger, closer, until finally his head emerged into the daylight. The soldiers reached down, gripping his arms, his shoulders, helping to lift him those final few feet. And then Jeremiah was out, lying on the ground beside the cistern, gasping for air, covered head to foot in black mud, trembling with cold and shock and relief. Ebed-Melech knelt beside him immediately. He did not recoil from the mud or the smell. He simply placed a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of solidarity, of human connection. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "You're safe." Jeremiah looked up at him, his eyes, the only part of his face not covered in mud, filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of overwhelming gratitude. He tried to speak, but could not find words. Ebed-Melech understood. "Rest," he said. "Just rest." The soldiers stood around, some looking uncomfortable, others moved by what they had just witnessed. They had expected to simply follow orders, to perform a task. They had not expected this moment of raw humanity, of compassion cutting through the darkness of their circumstances. Ebed-Melech arranged for Jeremiah to be taken to a place where he could be cleaned, given water and food, allowed to recover. The prophet was returned to the courtyard of the guard, to confinement. The king's order had been to rescue him, not to free him, but at least he was alive. And as Ebed-Melech watched the prophet being led away, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, not the peace of knowing his own troubles were over, but the peace that comes from doing what is right, regardless of cost. The peace that comes from acting in alignment with your deepest values, from being the kind of person you believe you should be. He had saved a life, and in doing so, perhaps he had saved something in himself as well. Chapter 6. Compassion in small details. There is something profound about the way Ebed-Melech conducted this rescue that deserves deeper reflection. He could have approached it differently. He had royal permission. He had 30 soldiers at his command. He had every right to simply throw down a rope and haul Jeremiah out as quickly as possible, treating the rescue as a logistical problem to be solved efficiently. No one would have questioned that approach. No one would have thought less of him for it. In fact, most people would have considered it perfectly appropriate. This was a time of war, a time of crisis. Speed and efficiency were paramount. Taking extra time to worry about comfort or dignity might have seemed like an unnecessary luxury. But Ebed-Melech saw it differently. He saw a man who had already suffered enormously, a man who had been betrayed by his own people, condemned by those he had tried to save, thrown into a pit and left to die in the most degrading way imaginable. And Ebed-Melech decided that this man deserved more than just survival. He deserved dignity. The rags were such a small thing. Worn-out cloth, worthless scraps. It would have taken only minutes to collect them, but those minutes mattered. Because when you have been treated as worthless, when you have been discarded and left to die, when you have been shown cruelty and indifference, the experience of someone treating you with care, with genuine, thoughtful care, is transformative. Jeremiah was not just pulled out of a cistern that day. He was pulled out with tenderness, with attention to his pain, with an understanding that rescue is not just about extracting a body from danger, but about restoring a person's humanity. This is what compassion looks like in its truest form. Compassion is not just feeling sorry for someone. It is not just wishing things were better. It is not just thinking kind thoughts or offering prayers from a distance. Compassion is active. It is practical. It is willing to get its hands dirty, to take extra time, to do things thoroughly rather than quickly. Compassion sees the person, not just the problem. Think about what Ebed-Melech could have done differently. He could have lowered ropes and shouted down, "Grab the ropes! We are pulling you up!" And Jeremiah would have grabbed them, because what choice did he have? And they would have pulled him up, and yes, the ropes would have cut into his flesh, and yes, it would have been agonizing, but he would have survived. Mission accomplished, right? But that approach treats Jeremiah as an object to be retrieved rather than a person to be cared for. It solves the immediate problem without considering the human being at the center of that problem. Ebed-Melech refused to do that. He thought about what Jeremiah would experience. He imagined being in that cistern, cold and weak and terrified. He anticipated the pain that rough ropes would cause on fragile skin, and he took steps to prevent it. This is empathy translated into action, and the instructions he gave: put the rags under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Show his attention to detail. He did not just throw down cloth and assume Jeremiah would figure it out. He explained exactly how to use the materials to maximize protection. He treated Jeremiah as someone worthy of clear communication, of patient guidance, of respect. Even the pace of the rescue reflects this compassion. They pulled slowly, steadily, no rushing, no jerking movements. They took their time, even though time was precious, because doing it right was more important than doing it quickly. There is a stark contrast here that is worth noting. The officials who threw Jeremiah into the cistern were cruel, but their cruelty was not exceptional. It was not dramatically different from the baseline cruelty that existed throughout the city. People were scared, desperate, cruel to each other in countless small ways. The officials just happened to be in a position where their cruelty had more dramatic consequences. Cruelty is often loud, obvious, easy to identify. We see it and we know it for what it is. We condemn it, or we should. But compassion, real compassion, is often quiet. It happens in small moments, in details that might go unnoticed. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply does what needs to be done, with care and attention and respect. Ebed-Melech could have rescued Jeremiah without compassion and still been considered a hero. He still would have saved a life. He still would have defied the officials. He still would have shown courage. But he went further. He rescued Jeremiah with compassion, and that additional element, that care for dignity, that attention to unnecessary suffering, that is what elevates this story from interesting to profound, because it reminds us that how we do things matters as much as what we do. It reminds us that there is a difference between solving a problem and caring for a person. It reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, even when time is short and resources are scarce and dangers are real, there is still room for gentleness. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the people who need help are not just problems to be solved. They are human beings who deserve to be treated with dignity, especially when they are at their most vulnerable. Chapter 7. Judgment falls on the city. The rescue of Jeremiah did not change the trajectory of Jerusalem's fate. The city was still under siege. The Babylonian armies were still camped outside the walls. The food supplies were still dwindling. The internal divisions were still tearing the city apart from within. Jeremiah's rescue was a small act of mercy in a world careening toward disaster. It saved one life. It restored one man's dignity. But it did not stop what was coming, and what was coming was judgment. The siege continued for months. At first, people believed they could endure it. They rationed food carefully. They collected every drop of water. They encouraged each other with stories of past victories, past deliverances. But weeks turned into months, and months turned into something darker. Hunger became famine. Famine became starvation. People began to die, not from violence, but simply from having nothing left to sustain them. The elderly died first, their bodies too weak to survive on minimal rations. Then the sick, then the children, their small bodies unable to endure what the adults could barely withstand. The streets, once bustling with activity, grew quiet. People moved slowly, conserving energy, their faces hollow and gaunt. Mothers held their babies and wept dry tears, unable to produce milk, unable to comfort their starving children. Disease spread through the crowded city. When people are weakened by hunger, when sanitation breaks down, when hope is lost, illness follows. Plague moved from house to house, from street to street, leaving corpses in its wake. The soldiers on the walls grew thin and weak. They still stood guard, still watched the enemy armies in the distance, but they no longer spoke of victory. They simply endured day after day, waiting for the end. And then, one night, the end came. It happened during the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, in the 4th month. The Babylonian armies, which had been patient for so long, finally breached the walls. It was not a dramatic assault. There was no massive battle, no heroic last stand. The walls simply failed. Whether through siege engines finally succeeding, or through a weak point being exploited, or through betrayal from within, the text does not say. But the walls, which had stood for generations, which the people had trusted to protect them, finally gave way, and the Babylonian soldiers poured in. What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The soldiers of Judah, weakened by months of starvation, could not mount effective resistance. The Babylonians swept through the streets systematically, killing any who resisted, capturing those who surrendered. The city descended into chaos. People ran in every direction, seeking safety that did not exist. Some hid in their homes, hoping the soldiers would pass by. Some fled toward the temple, believing that God's house would provide sanctuary. Some simply fell to their knees and waited for the end. The Babylonian commanders set up their headquarters in the middle gate, the symbolic centre of the city. From there they directed the conquest, the looting, the systematic destruction of everything Jerusalem had been. When King Zedekiah saw that the city had fallen, he did what weak men often do. He tried to run. He and his remaining soldiers attempted to escape under cover of darkness, fleeing through the king's garden, heading toward the Arabah, the desert wilderness where they hoped to disappear. But the Babylonian army was thorough. They had anticipated this possibility. Scouts had been watching every possible escape route. Zedekiah was captured in the plains of Jericho. His soldiers scattered. His escape failed. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And there Nebuchadnezzar pronounced judgment. It was brutal, calculated, designed not just to punish, but to send a message. First, Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed. His children, his heirs, his future, killed before his eyes. The text does not describe what this did to him, but we can imagine. The helplessness, the horror, the knowledge that his weakness, his indecision, his inability to make hard choices had led to this moment. Then they put out his eyes. They blinded him, ensuring that the last thing he would ever see would be the death of his sons. For the rest of his life, that image would be burned into his memory, the final sight before darkness. Then they bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon, where he would spend the remainder of his days in prison, blind and broken. a warning to others of what happened to puppet kings who tried to rebel against their masters. The officials who had led the rebellion, who had insisted on resistance, who had thrown Jeremiah into a cistern for telling them this would happen, they were executed, quickly, efficiently, without ceremony. Their names would be forgotten. Their plans had failed. Their defiance had accomplished nothing but death. The temple, which had stood for centuries, which the people had believed was inviolable because it was God's dwelling place, it was looted first, then burned. The priest tried to stop it, tried to reason with the soldiers, tried to explain that this was a holy place. They were cut down where they stood. The soldiers took the gold and silver vessels that had been used in worship, the treasures that had been accumulated over generations, and carried them away to Babylon. Then they set fires that consumed the wooden structures, that cracked the stone walls, that reduced the house of God to rubble and ash. The palace was burned. The houses of the officials were burned. These walls of Jerusalem, which had protected the city for so long, were systematically torn down. Stone by stone, block by block, the Babylonians demolished them, ensuring that Jerusalem would never again be a fortified city, never again be able to resist, and the people, those who had survived the siege, the disease, the conquest, were rounded up for exile. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, were marched out of the city in chains, beginning the long journey to Babylon. They would become servants, labourers, displaced persons in a foreign land, far from everything they had known. Everything Jeremiah had warned them about came to pass. Every prophecy he had spoken, every warning he had delivered, every unpopular truth he had proclaimed in the streets and courtyards, it all happened exactly as he had said it would. The city was destroyed. The people were exiled. The kingdom was ended. The judgment that had been promised for generations of disobedience finally fell, and it fell. Completely, but not everyone suffered the same fate. Zechariah chapter 8. God's promise to Ebed-Melech. Before the city fell, before the final chaos descended, God spoke to Jeremiah. It was not a public prophecy, not a message meant for the city or the officials or the king. This was private, personal, a message about one specific person. Go and tell Ebed-Melech the Cushite. It is remarkable that God knew his name, that God cared enough about this foreign servant, this man of no status or importance, to send a prophet with a specific message just for him. The message was this: "This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life, because you trust in me, declares the Lord." Read those words carefully. Let them sink in. God was about to destroy the city. Judgment was coming, inevitable and complete. But Ebed-Melech, this one man, this foreign servant, he would be spared. Not because he was perfect. Not because he had performed great miracles or prophesied the future or led armies. Not because he was Jewish or had the right bloodline or held an important position. But because he had trusted in God and acted with compassion. Because when everyone else had turned away from mercy, he had chosen it. Because when a life was in danger and no one else would help, he had stepped forward. God saw that. God remembered it. And God honoured it. The promise was specific. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. Ebed-Melech feared the officials. He feared the consequences of defying them, of speaking against them, of rescuing the man they had condemned. That fear was rational, justified. Those men had power and were ruthless in using it. But God promised that those men would have no power over him. When the city fell, when the officials were captured and executed, Ebed-Melech would not share their fate. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. This was not a promise of comfort or prosperity. God was not promising that Ebed-Melech would be wealthy or honoured or powerful. The promise was survival, life, the chance to continue existing in a world that was about to be torn apart. But survival, in those circumstances, was everything. And the reason, the explicit reason given in the text, was this: because you trust in me. Trust. Not perfect understanding, not flawless theology, not religious credentials or ritual purity, or any of the things that people often think God cares about most. Just trust. Trust that showed itself in action. Trust that manifested as compassion. Trust that was willing to risk safety for the sake of righteousness. When the city fell, when the Babylonian soldiers swept through Jerusalem, when officials were arrested and executed, when people were rounded up for exile, Ebed-Melech walked away unharmed. We do not know the details of how it happened. The text does not describe it. But somehow, in the chaos and violence, he was protected. Perhaps the soldiers overlooked him. Perhaps in the confusion of conquest, a foreign servant seemed too insignificant to bother with. Perhaps someone remembered his act of mercy and chose to repay it. Or perhaps God simply made sure he slipped through the cracks. However it happened, the promise was fulfilled. Ebed-Melech survived. He escaped with his life. The very thing God had promised came to pass, and he survived not despite his act of mercy, but because of it. Not in spite of his willingness to risk everything for righteousness, but because of it. In a city where everyone was trying to save themselves, where fear had made people cruel and selfish and willing to sacrifice others for their own safety, Ebed-Melech had chosen differently. And that choice, that single act of compassion, was remembered by God and rewarded with life. Chapter 9. What it means to be seen. There is something powerful about being truly seen, not just noticed, not just acknowledged, but truly seen, your actions, your choices, your heart. In a world where so much goes unnoticed, where so many acts of kindness pass without recognition, where people do good things and no one ever knows, there is something deeply meaningful about the idea that God sees. Ebed-Melech did not rescue Jeremiah for recognition. There was no reward waiting for him, no promotion, no public honour. In fact, he risked everything with no guarantee of any positive outcome at all. He did it because it was right, because a man was dying and he could not bear to let it happen, because his conscience would not allow him to look away, and God saw it. In a city of thousands of people, in a crisis that involved kings and officials and priests and prophets, God noticed what one foreign servant did, and God thought it mattered enough to send a specific personal message of protection. This tells us something important about how God values actions. It is not the grand gestures that matter most. It is not the public displays or the impressive achievements or the things that make it into history books. It is the quiet acts of mercy, the moments when someone chooses compassion over fear, the times when a person sees suffering and responds with care, even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward, even when it costs something. Those are the moments God sees. Those are the moments God remembers. Those are the moments that matter eternally. Ebed-Melech was a servant, a eunuch, a foreigner. In the social hierarchy of ancient Jerusalem, he was near the bottom. He had no power, no influence, no status. And yet, in this story, he is the hero. Not the king, who was weak and indecisive. Not the officials, who were cruel and self-serving. Not the priests, who failed to protect a prophet. Not even Jeremiah himself, though Jeremiah is certainly righteous and faithful. The hero is the servant who noticed suffering and chose to act. This should challenge our assumptions about importance and significance. We tend to think that the people who matter are the ones with titles, with authority, with public platforms. We look to leaders and celebrities and influencers to show us what matters. But this story suggests something different. It suggests that the most important people in any society might be the ones we never hear about, the ones who quietly do what is right, the ones who show mercy when others show cruelty, the ones who risk everything for someone else's life. Ebed-Melech's act of compassion rippled through history in ways he could never have anticipated. He saved Jeremiah's life. And because Jeremiah lived, he continued to prophesy. And because he continued to prophesy, his words were recorded. And because his words were recorded, they became part of Scripture. and because they became part of Scripture, they have influenced billions of people for thousands of years. All because one man chose mercy over fear. This is how change actually happens in the world. Not through grand schemes or dramatic interventions from above, but through individual choices made by ordinary people in moments when it would be easier to look away. Every act of compassion creates ripples. We cannot always see them. We cannot always trace the connections, but they are real. When you choose to help someone in need, you do not know what future that person might have. You do not know what they might accomplish, who they might influence, what difference they might make. You're simply choosing, in that moment, to value their life, their dignity, their humanity, and that choice matters more than we can measure. Chapter 10. The test of character. There is a concept in ethics called the test of conscience. The idea that the true measure of a person's character is revealed in moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right, especially when no one is watching. Ebed-Melech faced exactly this kind of test. He could have rationalized inaction. It would have been easy to do so. He could have told himself that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew best, that a foreign servant had no right to interfere in matters of state, that speaking up would only bring trouble without actually helping. These would all have been socially acceptable reasons for staying silent. No one would have blamed him for them. But he did not take the easy path. He took the hard one. And this is where character is truly forged, in the space between knowing what is right and actually doing it. Many people know what is right. They can articulate moral principles. They can identify injustice when they see it. They can feel the pull of conscience, but knowing is not the same as doing. The gap between knowledge and action is where character lives. Ebed-Melech could have known it was wrong to leave Jeremiah in the cistern and still done nothing. Knowledge alone does not require action, but character does. Character is what makes you act on your convictions even when it is costly, even when it is dangerous, even when you gain nothing and risk everything. And Ebed-Melech had that kind of character. This raises an important question. Where does that kind of character come from? The text gives us a clue in God's promise. Because you trust in me. Trust in God. Faith. Not just intellectual belief, but a deep conviction that shaped how Ebed-Melech saw the world and his place in it. If you believe that every human being is made in the image of God, then you cannot dismiss their suffering as irrelevant. If you believe that God sees all actions, then you cannot assume that quiet mercy goes unnoticed. If you believe that righteousness matters more than safety, then you must act accordingly, even when it is hard. Ebed-Melech's faith was not abstract theology. It was lived reality. It shaped his choices in concrete, practical ways. This is what authentic faith looks like. Not just attending religious services or reciting prayers or following rituals. Those things may be part of faith, but they are not the essence of it. The essence of faith is trust that transforms action, belief that changes behaviour, conviction that manifests as compassion. Ebed-Melech trusted that doing right mattered more than staying safe. He trusted that God cared about mercy. He trusted that one person's actions could make a difference, even if that person was a foreign servant with no power or status. And that trust made him brave. Chapter 11. The courage to stand alone. One of the most difficult aspects of Ebed-Melech's choice was that he stood alone. He was not part of a movement. There was no group of people rallying to Jeremiah's defense. There was no public outcry against the injustice. There was no one to stand beside him and share the risk. He was alone in his conviction that this was wrong and something needed to be done. Standing alone requires a different kind of courage than standing with others. When you are part of a group, there is safety in numbers. There is mutual support. There is the comfort of knowing that if you fall, others will catch you. But when you stand alone, you bear the full weight of consequence yourself. Ebed-Melech could not look to others for validation. He could not wait for someone else to act first. He could not hide in the crowd. He had to make the choice by himself, accept the risk by himself, face the potential consequences by himself. This is one of the most challenging tests a person can face, doing what is right when no one else will. History is filled with stories of lone individuals who stood against injustice when everyone else stayed silent, who spoke truth when everyone else went along with lies, who showed mercy when everyone else showed cruelty. These stories inspire us because we recognize how difficult it is, how much courage it requires, how much easier it would be to simply conform, to go along with the crowd, to tell ourselves that if everyone else is doing it, it must be acceptable. But Ebed-Melech did not need others to validate his conviction. He knew what was right, and that knowledge was enough. This is a crucial lesson for us, because there will be times in our lives when we see something wrong, and we look around and no one else seems to care. No one else is speaking up, no one else is taking action. In those moments, it is easy to doubt ourselves, to think, maybe I am overreacting, maybe it is not as bad as I think, maybe I am missing something that everyone else understands. But sometimes the crowd is wrong. Sometimes silence is complicity. Sometimes waiting for others to act first means that no one ever acts at all. Ebed-Melech teaches us that one person can make a difference, not because they are special or powerful or uniquely qualified, but simply because they choose to act when action is needed. Chapter 12. The power of individual choice. We live in a world that often feels overwhelming. The problems are so large, the systems so entrenched, the suffering so widespread. It is easy to feel powerless, to believe that individual actions do not matter in the face of such massive challenges. But this story contradicts that belief. Ebed-Melech was one person. He had no political power, no social influence, no resources beyond what he could gather from a storeroom. He was as powerless as a person could be in that society. And yet, his choice to act saved a life. More than that, it saved the prophecies that would become part of Scripture. It preserved words that would influence the course of human history. One person's choice rippled through time in ways he could never have imagined. This is the power of individual choice. We may not be able to solve every problem or fix every injustice. We may not be able to change entire systems with a single action. But we can change individual circumstances. We can help individual people. We can make choices that honour human dignity and value human life. And those choices matter. They matter to the people we help. They matter in the eyes of God, and they matter in ways we cannot always see or measure. Every time someone chooses compassion over indifference, they change the world a little. Every time someone risks safety for righteousness, they push back against the darkness. Every time someone stands up for what is right, they make it easier for the next person to do the same. Ebed-Melech did not overthrow the system that condemned Jeremiah. He did not change the politics of Jerusalem. He did not stop the siege or prevent the fall of the city. But he saved one man. He showed one act of mercy. He made one choice that honoured life over death, compassion over cruelty, courage over fear. And that was enough. It was enough to be remembered by God. It was enough to change the course of events. It was enough to become a story that would be told for thousands of years. It was enough. Epilogue. The faith that saves. Quietly. The story of Ebed-Melech is not one of the famous stories from the Bible. It does not appear in children's picture books. It is not preached from pulpits every Sunday. It does not have the dramatic flair of David and Goliath, or the epic scope of Moses and the Exodus. Most people have never heard his name, and yet his story is there, preserved in the book of Jeremiah, recorded for all time. Why? Because it reminds us of something we too easily forget. Faith is not always loud. Courage is not always seen. The acts that matter most are not always the ones that make the headlines or win the applause of crowds. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is notice when someone else is suffering, to care when everyone else has moved on, to speak when speaking is dangerous, to act when acting costs something. Ebed-Melech had every reason to stay silent. He was a foreigner, a servant, a man with no power, no protection, no guarantee of safety. Helping Jeremiah gained him nothing. It risked everything. But he did it anyway. He did not wait for someone else to act. He did not assume that because he was unimportant, his actions would not matter. He simply saw what was wrong and chose to do what was right. And that choice saved a life. Not just any life, but the life of a prophet whose words would echo through history. A man whose message would be recorded in scripture and read by millions. A man whose courage in the face of death would inspire generations. Jeremiah survived because one person refused to look away, and in the end, when the city fell and judgment came, God did not forget the man who had shown mercy. Ebed-Melech was spared. He escaped with his life. He walked out of the ruins of Jerusalem and into a future that most of his generation would never see, because he had trusted in God, not with grand declarations, not with public displays of piety, but with a quiet, deliberate act of compassion when no one else would. This is the kind of faith that saves, the kind that does not wait for permission or recognition, the kind that acts because it is right, not because it is easy, the kind that sees people not as problems or threats, but as human beings made in the image of God, worthy of dignity and care. History remembers kings and prophets, but God remembers people like Ebed-Melech, and sometimes that is the most important kind of remembering there is. Closing reflection. What we can learn. As we close this story, it is worth reflecting on what it means for us today. We may never face the exact circumstances that Ebed-Melech faced. We may never have to decide whether to rescue a prophet from a cistern or approach a king to plead for someone's life. But we will face moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. When we must decide whether to speak up or stay silent. When we must determine whether someone else's suffering matters enough to us to do something about it. In those moments, Ebed-Melech's example speaks to us. It tells us that one person can make a difference. That powerlessness is not an excuse for inaction. That compassion is not just a feeling, but a choice that manifests in practical, concrete actions. It tells us that how we treat the vulnerable reveals who we truly are. That mercy is more valuable than safety. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite fear. It tells us that God sees quiet acts of kindness. That our actions matter, even when no one else notices. That faith is measured not by our words, but by our willingness to risk something for someone else. We live in a world that still needs people like Ebed-Melech, people who notice suffering and cannot look away, people who speak up when others stay silent, people who choose mercy over fear. The question is, will we be those people? When we see injustice, will we act, or will we find reasons why it is not our problem? When we encounter suffering, will we respond with compassion, or will we protect our own comfort? When doing the right thing requires courage, will we step forward or will we step back? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions that define our lives, our character, our legacy. Ebed-Melech was not a perfect person. He was not a superhero. He was an ordinary man who faced an impossible choice and chose mercy. That same choice is available to us. Not once in a lifetime, but repeatedly. In small moments and large ones, in public and in private, in ways that will be remembered and in ways that will be forgotten. But whether remembered or forgotten by people, God sees. God knows. God honours those who choose righteousness over safety, who value mercy over comfort, who act with compassion when it would be easier to look away. This is the legacy of Ebed-Melech. Not a legacy of fame or power or achievement, but a legacy of quiet faithfulness, of compassion in action, of courage when it mattered most. May we have the wisdom to see suffering when others look away. May we have the courage to speak up when others stay silent. May we have the compassion to act when others do nothing. And may we trust, as Ebed-Melech did, that choosing what is right is always worth it, even when it costs us everything.
Hello there, dear listeners. Before we begin tonight's tale, I hope your day has treated you kindly, wherever you may be in this vast world of ours. Perhaps it's evening where you are, or maybe the quiet hours of early morning have found you seeking rest. Whether you're listening from bustling cities or peaceful countryside, from mountain peaks or seaside shores, know that you're welcome here in this sacred space we've created together. If you find comfort in these stories, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each night to explore the timeless truths that have guided humanity through the ages. Tonight, we journey back through the mists of time to ancient Babylon, to a night when the very finger of the divine wrote upon palace walls, and an empire learned that no earthly power stands beyond the reach of heaven's justice. The year was 539, before the Common Era, and the great city of Babylon sprawled along the banks of the Euphrates River like a jewel cast upon the earth. Within its towering walls, the hanging gardens cascaded in verdant terraces. The Tower of Babel reached toward the heavens, and the palace of King Belshazzar gleamed with the accumulated wealth of conquered nations. On this particular evening, as the sun painted the western sky in shades of gold and crimson, the palace hummed with preparation for a feast unlike any other. Servants scurried through corridors lined with glazed brick murals depicting lions and dragons, carrying platters of delicacies from every corner of the known world. The finest wines from the hills of Judah, exotic spices from distant India, and fruits that glistened like precious stones filled the tables. King Belshazzar, grandson of the great Nebuchadnezzar, had spared no expense. The banquet hall stretched vast as a temple, its ceiling supported by columns carved from single blocks of marble, each one telling the story of Babylonian conquest and glory. Golden lamps suspended on silver chains cast dancing shadows across walls adorned with tapestries, depicting the gods of Babylon in all their imagined splendour. Yet beyond the palace walls, unseen by the revellers within, the armies of Cyrus the Persian stretched across the horizon like a dark sea. For months they had laid siege to the great city, but Babylon's walls had never been breached, her gates never forced. The Babylonians had grown complacent in their strength, confident that their city was impregnable, their empire eternal. As night fell and torches blazed to life throughout the city, 1,000 noble guests made their way through the palace gates. They came dressed in silk and purple, adorned with gold and precious stones, their laughter echoing through the corridors as they anticipated the evening's pleasures. The sound of lyres and flutes drifted through the warm air, mingling with the voices of singers whose melodies spoke of victory and endless prosperity. King Belshazzar himself appeared resplendent in robes of deepest blue, a golden crown upon his brow, rings flashing on his fingers as he gestured grandly to his guests. He was a man in the prime of life, his beard oiled and perfumed, his eyes bright with wine and confidence. This night, he had declared, would be remembered for generations as the greatest feast Babylon had ever witnessed. But even as the celebration reached its crescendo, even as the wine flowed like water and the music swelled to fill every corner of the vast hall, dark currents moved beneath the surface of the evening's joy. For this was not merely a feast but an act of defiance against the very heavens themselves. As the evening wore on and the wine loosened tongues and lowered inhibitions, King Belshazzar rose from his golden throne, swaying slightly as he surveyed the sea of faces before him. The hall fell gradually silent, 1,000 conversations dying away as all eyes turned toward their sovereign. In the flickering lamplight, his face bore an expression of cruel amusement, as if he harboured some secret that would shock and delight his guests. "My lords and ladies," he called out, his voice carrying easily across the vast space. "Tonight we celebrate not merely the glory of Babylon, but the supremacy of our gods over all the earth. We have conquered nations, we have humbled kings, and we have taken the treasures of their temples as trophies of our victories." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Many of the nobles present had been part of those conquests, had seen the wealth of distant lands flow into Babylon's coffers. They raised their goblets in salute, the wine within glinting like liquid rubies in the torchlight. But Belshazzar was not finished. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he continued, "Yet there is one treasure, taken from one temple, that we have never properly honoured. Tonight that changes." He clapped his hands, and servants appeared as if from nowhere, carrying between them objects that made the assembled nobles gasp in recognition and wonder. These were vessels of pure gold and silver, wrought with such exquisite craftsmanship that they seemed to glow within a light. Cups and bowls, pitchers and goblets, each one a masterpiece of the metalworker's art. These were the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, taken by Nebuchadnezzar when he conquered that holy city decades before. They had been stored away in the temple of Marduk, treated with the respectful caution due to objects sacred to another people's god. But tonight, under the influence of wine and the intoxication of power, Belshazzar had decided to make them part of his feast. "Behold," the king proclaimed, lifting one of the golden goblets high above his head, "the vessels of the God of the Jews, who could not protect his own temple from our armies, whose people even now languish in exile throughout our empire. Tonight we drink from these cups and show all the world which gods truly hold dominion over the earth." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, though some of the older nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats. They remembered the strange stories told about the Hebrew God, the plagues that had befallen Egypt, the walls of Jericho falling at the blast of trumpets. But wine and peer pressure overcame their caution, and soon they too were caught up in the moment's enthusiasm. Servants moved through the hall, distributing the sacred vessels among the guests. Belshazzar himself took the largest of the golden goblets, a magnificent piece that had once held wine, blessed by the priests of the Most High God. He filled it to the brim with the finest vintage from his royal cellars, the red wine dark as blood in the sacred cup. "To Marduk, chief of our gods," he cried, raising the goblet high, "who gives us victory over all our enemies." The assembled throng raised their own sacred vessels, taken from the very altar of the Lord. "To Marduk," they chorused, their voices echoing off the marble walls. But Belshazzar was not content with honouring just one deity. As the evening progressed and the wine continued to flow, he led toast after toast, each one more blasphemous than the last. "To the gods of gold," he proclaimed, and the crowd drank deeply from vessels that had once held the showbread of the temple. "To the gods of silver," he continued, as goblets that had caught the blood of sacrifices now brimmed with Babylonian wine. "To the gods of bronze and iron," the king shouted, his voice growing hoarser with each proclamation. "To the gods of wood and stone, who have made Babylon the greatest empire the world has ever seen." With each toast the revelry grew wilder, the laughter louder, the dancing more frenzied. Noble ladies spun in their silk gowns, their jewellery catching the lamplight as they moved. Men struck up drinking songs, their voices blending in harmony that spoke of triumph and excess. The very air seemed thick with incense and wine fumes, creating an atmosphere of decadent celebration. But high above the palace, in the courts of heaven, other eyes watched this display of pride and blasphemy. The sacred vessels, fashioned for the worship of the one true God, profaned by lips that praised idols of metal and wood. The moment had come for divine justice to make itself known upon the earth. It was in the midst of the wildest revelry, as the feast reached its crescendo of blasphemous celebration, that the atmosphere in the great hall began to change. At first it was subtle, a gradual shift that few noticed amid the chaos of music and laughter. The temperature seemed to drop slightly, though the braziers still burned brightly, and the press of bodies should have kept the air warm. A strange stillness crept into the room, not the absence of sound, but something deeper, as if the very air had grown heavy with an unseen presence. King Belshazzar stood near his throne, swaying slightly from the effects of wine, his golden goblet raised in yet another toast to the gods of Babylon. His nobles surrounded him, their faces flushed with drink and excitement, sacred vessels clutched in their hands as they prepared to echo their sovereign's words. The musicians played with passionate intensity, their instruments weaving melodies that spoke of earthly glory and endless prosperity. And then, in the space of a single heartbeat, everything changed. The music faltered first, not as if the musicians had stopped playing, but as if the very air had grown too thick to carry their melodies. Conversations died mid-sentence, laughter cut off as abruptly as if severed by a blade. Even the flickering flames of the lamps seemed to burn lower, their light growing dim and uncertain. It was then that someone screamed. The cry came from a noble woman near the eastern wall, her voice sharp with terror as her trembling finger pointed upward. Every head in the vast hall turned to follow her gaze, and what they saw there drove the colour from their faces and the strength from their limbs. There, upon the wall directly opposite the king's throne, a human hand had appeared, not attached to any arm or body, but suspended in the air as if emerging from the very substance of eternity itself. The hand was illuminated by its own light, pale and ghostly, yet undeniably real, casting shadows that danced across the painted murals of Babylonian gods. The fingers were long and elegant, neither young nor old, but possessed of a timeless quality that spoke of power beyond human understanding. They moved with deliberate precision, as if guided by a will that brooked no resistance, no hesitation. And as the assembled throng watched in growing horror, those fingers began to write. The writing appeared as lines of fire upon the polished marble, each character burning itself into the stone with the permanence of divine judgment. The script was unlike any earthly language, neither Babylonian cuneiform nor Hebrew letters, but something older and more fundamental, as if the very essence of meaning was being carved directly into reality itself. King Belshazzar felt his knees begin to shake, his golden goblet slipping from nerveless fingers to shatter upon the floor. The sacred vessel that moments before had held wine, offered in mockery to false gods, now lay broken, its precious contents spreading like blood across the marble. His face, so recently flushed with wine and arrogance, had gone pale as death, his eyes wide with a terror he had never before experienced. The hand continued its work, unmoved by the chaos it had caused in the hall below. Characters appeared one after another, each one blazing within a fire before settling into a steady glow that seemed to penetrate the very souls of all who looked upon it. The writing was clear and bold, demanding attention, impossible to ignore or dismiss. Around the hall, the reaction was immediate and visceral. Some of the nobles had fallen to their knees, whether from terror or instinctive reverence, it was impossible to say. Others pressed against the walls, as if trying to escape through solid stone, their eyes never leaving the supernatural display before them. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered across the floor, abandoned by hands that now trembled too violently to hold them. The musicians had long since set down their instruments, their faces pale masks of fear. Servants cowered in doorways, torn between the desire to flee and their duty to remain. The dancing girls who moments before had spun and laughed now stood frozen like statues, their silk scarves trailing forgotten around their feet. But it was upon King Belshazzar that the greatest terror fell. As the ruler who had ordered the profanation of the sacred vessels as the one who had led the blasphemous toasts, he felt the weight of divine displeasure focusing upon him like the heat of a burning glass. His crown, so recently a symbol of earthly power, now felt heavy as lead upon his brow. His royal robes, dyed in the finest purples and blues, seemed to hang upon him like grave clothes. The hand finished its work and faded from view as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the words burning upon the wall like coals of fire. But even in its absence, the presence that had guided it remained, filling the hall with an atmosphere of judgment that made every breath a struggle. Silence reigned in the great banquet hall of Babylon, broken only by the occasional sob or whispered prayer. The greatest feast in the empire's history had become a scene of terror and divine revelation, and upon the wall, where gods and heroes had been painted in their imagined glory, 4 words now blazed with the fire of heaven's judgment. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin. In the awful silence that followed the hand's disappearance, King Belshazzar stood transfixed, his gaze locked upon the burning words that seemed to sear themselves deeper into his consciousness with each passing moment. The weight of divine judgment pressed down upon the hall like a physical force, and the king's breath came in short, sharp gasps, as if the very air had grown too thin to sustain life. Gradually, as the initial shock began to wear off, the practical reality of the situation asserted itself. Here were words written by a supernatural hand, clearly intended as some form of message or warning, but their meaning remained utterly mysterious. The script was unlike anything in the libraries of Babylon, the characters seeming to shift and dance, even as they maintained their fixed positions upon the wall. "The wise men," Belshazzar managed to croak, his voice barely recognisable. "Summon all the wise men of Babylon, every magician, every astrologer, every diviner in the city. Bring them here at once." His command galvanised the paralysed servants into action. They scattered like leaves before a wind, grateful for any excuse to leave the presence of those terrifying words. Throughout the palace and into the city they ran, pounding upon doors and rousing from sleep the learned men whose wisdom had served the empire for generations. The first to arrive were the court magicians, men whose elaborate robes and mystical instruments had earned them places of honour at royal ceremonies. They entered the banquet hall with confidence, their heads held high and their voices ready with the usual formulas of greeting and flattery. But one look at the writing upon the wall, one glimpse of those characters that seemed to burn within a fire, and their confidence evaporated like mist before the sun. They approached the wall cautiously, their heads tilted at various angles as they studied the mysterious script. They consulted ancient tablets and scrolls, compared the characters to every known form of writing, whispered incantations and cast lots according to their various arts. But though they laboured long into the night, turning the problem over from every conceivable angle, they could make no sense of the divine message. The astrologers came next, men who claimed to read the future in the movements of stars and planets. They examined the writing with instruments of bronze and silver, measuring the angles and proportions of each character as if they were constellations written across the heavens. They calculated and computed, referenced their star charts, and consulted their ancient tables, but the meaning of the words remained as hidden as the dark side of the moon. As the hours passed, more and more of Babylon's learned men arrived at the palace, priests of Marduk and Ishtar, scholars who had studied in the great libraries, men whose reputations for wisdom extended throughout the known world. Each group brought their own methods and their own certainty that they would succeed where others had failed. Yet one by one, they too were forced to admit defeat before the mystery of the burning words. King Belshazzar grew increasingly desperate as each attempter failed. He paced before his throne like a caged lion, his robes dishevelled and his crown askew. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered and forgotten across the floor, their golden surfaces reflecting the supernatural light from the wall in fractured gleams that hurt the eyes to look upon. "Gold," the king proclaimed suddenly, his voice cracking with strain. "I will give gold beyond counting to whoever can read these words. Silver and precious stones, lands and titles, whatever they desire shall be theirs." But even the promise of unlimited wealth could not unlock the meaning of heaven's message. The wise men huddled together in small groups, whispering their theories and hypotheses, but none dared claim understanding of what clearly lay beyond human comprehension. It was then, as the night wore on toward dawn and desperation reached its peak, that a new figure entered the banquet hall. She was an elderly woman, her hair white as snow, but her back still straight and her eyes bright with intelligence. This was Nitocris, the Queen Mother, widow of Nebuchadnezzar and grandmother to Belshazzar himself. She had heard the commotion from her private quarters, had seen the servants running through the corridors, and felt the strange oppression that seemed to hang over the entire palace. Now she made her way through the crowd of baffled wise men, her presence commanding respect even in the midst of chaos. "My Lord King," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the hall, despite her advanced years. "I see that you are troubled, that the colour has left your face and your limbs shake with fear. Do not let your thoughts alarm you, and do not look so pale." Belshazzar turned toward her, her hope flickering in his eyes like a candle flame in a dark room. "Grandmother, you have seen much in your long life. You were wife to great Nebuchadnezzar. You know the secrets of the empire. Can you tell me what these words mean?" The Queen Mother approached the wall, studying the burning characters with the careful attention of one who had witnessed many supernatural events during her husband's reign. "I cannot read these words, my grandson," she said at length, "but I know of one who might." She turned back to face the assembly, her aged voice somehow carrying more authority than all the learned men combined. "There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. In the days of your grandfather, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. King Nebuchadnezzar appointed him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers." A murmur ran through the crowd at these words. Many of the older nobles remembered stories from Nebuchadnezzar's time, tales of a Hebrew exile who had interpreted dreams and solved mysteries that baffled all others. But in the years since the great king's death, this man had faded from prominence, forgotten in the new reign's focus on younger advisors. "This man Daniel," the Queen Mother continued, "whom the king named Belteshazzar, has an excellent spirit, knowledge, and understanding to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve problems. Let Daniel be called, and he will tell you what the writing means." As the name Daniel echoed through the hall, Belshazzar felt a mixture of hope and apprehension. He had heard the stories, knew of the Hebrews' reputation for wisdom and divine favour, but he also knew that Daniel had served his grandfather faithfully, and might not be inclined to help the king who had dishonoured the vessels of his people's God. Nevertheless, desperation overcame pride, and Belshazzar gave the command, "Find Daniel the Hebrew, bring him here immediately. If he can read these words, he shall be clothed in purple, and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." As servants rushed to obey this new command, the burning words continued to glow upon the wall, patient as eternity, waiting for the one who had been chosen to unlock their meaning and pronounce the doom of Babylon. The dawn was breaking over Babylon when Daniel arrived at the palace, summoned from sleep by urgent messengers, who spoke in hushed, fearful tones of supernatural writing and royal desperation. He was an old man now, his beard white with age and his face marked by the lines of many years spent in faithful service to foreign kings. Yet his eyes remained clear and bright reflecting a wisdom that came not from human learning, but from communion with the eternal God. As he entered the banquet hall, Daniel paused for a moment to take in the scene before him. The remnants of the great feast lay scattered about like the debris of a broken dream. Golden plates and silver cups, many of them the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, littered the floor, among pools of spilled wine and trampled delicacies. The nobles who had revelled so wildly just hours before now stood in small frightened groups, their fine clothes dishevelled and their faces pale with terror. But it was the writing upon the wall that commanded his attention, those 4 words blazing with divine fire that no earthly wisdom could extinguish. Daniel looked upon them without fear, for he recognised the hand that had written them, and he understood that he stood in the presence of the Almighty's judgment. King Belshazzar approached him with hasty, desperate steps, his royal dignity forgotten in his need for answers. "Are you Daniel, one of the exiles from Judah, whom my grandfather the king brought from Judah?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "I have heard of you, that the spirit of the gods is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you." The king gestured toward the wall with a trembling hand. "Now the wise men and enchanters have been brought in before me to read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not show the interpretation of the matter. But I have heard that you can give interpretations and solve problems. Now if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the 3rd ruler in the kingdom." Daniel listened to these promises of wealth and power with the patience of one who had seen empires rise and fall, who had served in the courts of kings and understood the vanity of earthly honours. When Belshazzar finished speaking, the old prophet's response came with quiet authority that somehow filled the vast hall more completely than the king's desperate entreaties. "Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another," Daniel said, his voice calm and steady in the face of royal panic. "Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation." But before he would interpret the supernatural message, Daniel had words of his own to speak, words that cut to the heart of the night's blasphemous revelry, and laid bare the spiritual rebellion that had brought divine judgment upon Babylon. "O king," he began, his voice growing stronger as he spoke, "the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar, your grandfather, kingship, and greatness, and glory, and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he killed, and whom he would, he kept alive. Whom he would, he raised up, and whom he would, he humbled." The assembled nobles listened in growing discomfort as Daniel recounted the story they all knew but preferred to forget. Nebuchadnezzar's pride, his claim to have built Babylon by his own power and for his own glory, and the terrible judgment that followed. How the great king had been driven from among men to live like a beast in the wilderness, eating grass like an ox, and letting his hair grow long as eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. But when his heart was lifted up, and his spirit was hardened so that he dealt proudly, Daniel continued, his eyes never leaving Belshazzar's face, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken from him. He was driven from among the children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind, and sets over it whom he will. The silence in the hall was absolute as Daniel paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the hearts of all who heard them. Then with the authority of one who spoke for the God of heaven, he delivered his devastating rebuke. And you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, though you knew all this, he declared, his voice now ringing with prophetic power. But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and you and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze, iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath, and whose are all your ways you have not honoured. Each word fell upon the assembled company like blows from a hammer, shattering their illusions of security and exposing the full extent of their rebellion against the Most High. Belshazzar himself seemed to shrink before Daniel's accusing words, his royal robes hanging loose about his diminished frame, his crown sitting askew upon a head bowed with shame and terror. The sacred vessels lay scattered around the hall like silent witnesses to the truth of Daniel's words. These cups and bowls, crafted for the worship of the one true God, had been defiled by lips that praised idols of metal and stone. The wine that had flowed so freely in blasphemous toasts now seemed to accuse those who had drunk it, its red stains upon the marble floor, like drops of blood that cried out for justice. Then from his presence the hand was sent, Daniel concluded, pointing toward the burning words upon the wall, and this writing was inscribed. The hall remained wrapped in profound silence, as all waited to hear the interpretation that would seal Babylon's fate. The wise men who had laboured through the night stood humbled before this Hebrew exile who had succeeded where they had failed. The nobles who had revelled in their blasphemy now cowered before the prospect of divine judgment. And King Belshazzar, who had thought himself secure in his power, waited to hear the doom that had been written by the finger of God upon his palace wall. Daniel turned from the cowering king to face the wall where the divine words blazed with undiminished fire. The characters seemed to pulse with inner light, each one carrying the weight of heaven's judgment and the certainty of prophetic fulfillment. In the profound silence of the great hall, the aged prophet lifted his voice and began to speak the words that would seal the fate of the Babylonian Empire. And this is the writing that was inscribed, Daniel announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast space. Many, many tekel and parsin. He paused, allowing the strange words to echo through the hall, their sounds somehow both foreign and familiar, like a half-remembered dream that carries portents of future sorrow. The assembled nobles leaned forward despite their fear, desperate to understand the message that had struck such terror into their hearts. This is the interpretation of the matter, Daniel continued, his aged voice gaining strength as he spoke for the God of heaven. Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. The first word fell upon the assembly like a death sentence. Here was the divine accountant taking inventory of Belshazzar's reign, counting each day of blasphemy and rebellion, each moment of pride and defiance against the Most High. The king's face went even paler, if such a thing were possible, and several of the nobles gasped aloud at the finality of the pronouncement. But Daniel was not finished. The second judgment followed hard upon the first, each word a hammer blow against the foundations of Babylonian pride. Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found wanting. Here was the divine judge placing Belshazzar's reign, his character, his very soul, upon the perfect scales of heaven's justice. And the verdict was damning beyond appeal. Found wanting, found lacking, found insufficient when measured against the standards of righteousness and truth. The king, who had thought himself great in his own eyes, was revealed to be nothing more than a feather in the balance when weighed against divine holiness. Belshazzar's knees gave way completely at these words, and he would have fallen had not two of his guards stepped forward to support him. The golden crown tumbled from his head to ring against the marble floor, the sound echoing through the hall like a funeral bell. His royal robes, so recently symbols of power and majesty, now seemed to hang upon him like burial shrouds. Peres, Daniel proclaimed, using the singular form of the final word, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. The last judgment was perhaps the most terrible of all, for it spoke not merely of the king's personal doom, but of the end of the empire itself. Babylon, the golden head of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, the city that had ruled the world with rod of iron, was to be divided like a carcass among its enemies. The Medes and Persians, even now camped outside the city walls, would soon walk through its gates as conquerors and claim its treasures as their own. A wail of despair went up from some of the assembled nobles as the full weight of the prophecy struck home. They had thought themselves secure behind Babylon's mighty walls, protected by their gods and their armies from any earthly threat. But now they understood that their true enemy was not the Persian host outside their gates, but the God of heaven himself, against whom no wall could stand and no army could prevail. Daniel stood unmoved amid the chaos of fear and lamentation, his weathered face reflecting the sorrow of one who took no pleasure in the pronouncement of judgment, yet understood its necessity. He had served this empire faithfully for decades, had helped to interpret its dreams and solve its mysteries, but he had also watched its gradual descent into pride and blasphemy, its increasing defiance of the God who held its breath in his hands. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, he said, his voice cutting through the din of panic and despair. He removes kings and sets up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. These words, drawn from his own experience of divine revelation, served as both comfort and warning to all who heard them. Comfort to those who trusted in the sovereign God, for they could be assured that no earthly power could stand against his ultimate purposes, but warning to those who set themselves against heaven's will, for they would surely be brought low in their appointed time. King Belshazzar, supported now by his guards and struggling to maintain even a semblance of royal dignity, looked up at Daniel with eyes haunted by the certainty of doom. Yet even in his extremity, he sought to honour his promise to the man who had solved the mystery that had baffled all his wise men. "Clothe Daniel with purple," he commanded, in a voice barely above a whisper, "and put a chain of gold around his neck, and proclaim that he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." It was a pathetic gesture, the dying king attempting to bestow honours, even as his kingdom crumbled around him. The purple robe was brought, the golden chain placed around Daniel's neck, but these earthly symbols of power seemed hollow and meaningless in the face of the divine judgment that had been pronounced. Daniel accepted the honours not for their own sake, but as a testimony to the truth of his words. When the people saw that the king himself acknowledged the accuracy of the Hebrew prophet's interpretation, they would know that the doom of Babylon was certain and that the God of Israel was indeed sovereign over all earthly kingdoms. As the purple robes settled around Daniel's aged shoulders and the golden chain caught the light of the supernatural writing on the wall, the contrast could not have been more stark. Here stood a man clothed with earthly honours, yet serving a heavenly king, while around him an empire clothed in pride and blasphemy faced its final hour of judgment. The words on the wall continued to burn with undiminished intensity, their message now fully revealed but their power unabated. They served as a permanent reminder that the kingdoms of this world are temporary, subject to the sovereign will of the God who numbers their days and weighs their deeds in the balance of perfect justice. Even as Daniel spoke his interpretation, and received the hollow honours of a doomed king, the wheels of divine judgment were already turning beyond the palace walls. For months, the Persian army under Cyrus had maintained their siege of the great city, but the Babylonians had felt secure behind walls that had never been breached by any earthly foe. They had provisions to last for years, abundant water from the Euphrates River, and an unshakable confidence in the strength of their defences. But on this night, the supernatural writing blazed upon the palace wall, and prophecy sealed the empire's fate. Cyrus was putting into motion a plan of breathtaking audacity that would prove that no human fortress can stand against the purposes of the Almighty. The Euphrates River, which flowed through the heart of Babylon and provided both water and transportation for the great city, was also its greatest vulnerability. The river entered the city through massive gates that could be lowered into the water, and it flowed beneath the walls through channels that were thought to be too narrow and well defended for any army to use as an entrance. But Cyrus had spent months studying these defences, and his engineers had been working tirelessly upstream from the city, digging channels and building dams that would allow them to divert the mighty river from its course. The work had been done quietly, secretly, hidden from Babylonian scouts by the darkness of night and the cleverness of Persian engineering. As the banquet hall erupted in chaos at Daniel's interpretation, as nobles fled in terror and servants cowered in corners, the Persian engineers upstream were opening their carefully constructed channels. The waters of the Euphrates, which had flowed through Babylon for centuries, began to turn aside into the new channels that Cyrus had prepared. At first the change was barely noticeable. The river level dropped slowly, gradually, as if affected by nothing more than seasonal variations. But as more water was diverted, as the new channels carried away the river's flow, the level within the city began to drop significantly. By midnight, Persian soldiers were wading through knee-deep water where once the river had flowed deep and strong. They moved silently through the darkness, following the riverbed beneath the great walls of Babylon, their weapons wrapped in cloth to prevent any sound that might alert the guards above. The Babylonian sentries, focused on watching for attacks against the massive gates and towering walls, never thought to look down at the river that had always been their protection. They were drunk on wine from the royal feast, their attention scattered by the strange reports of supernatural writing in the palace, their confidence unshaken by any thought that their impregnable city could fall in a single night. The first Persian soldiers emerged from the river channels near the heart of the city, just as Daniel finished pronouncing his interpretation. While the prophet spoke of kingdoms divided and given to the Medes and Persians, those very conquerors were already inside Babylon's walls, moving swiftly through streets where citizens slept peacefully, unaware that their empire was breathing its last. The palace guards, those few who remained at their posts while most had crowded into the banquet hall to witness the supernatural spectacle, were overwhelmed before they could raise an alarm. Persian steel, sharp and silent in the darkness, found its mark with deadly efficiency. Within minutes, the palace was secured, its approaches controlled by Cyrus's elite troops. In the banquet hall, King Belshazzar was still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of his doom when the great doors burst open and Persian soldiers poured into the room. The nobles, already terrified by the supernatural writing and Daniel's interpretation, now faced the earthly fulfillment of heaven's judgment. Some tried to flee, but found every exit blocked by armed men. Others fell to their knees, begging for mercy that would not come. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, scattered across the floor where they had been dropped in blasphemous revelry, now reflected the gleam of Persian bronze and steel in their golden surfaces. Belshazzar himself stood frozen for a moment, the weight of prophecy and the reality of conquest crashing together in his mind like colliding worlds. The writing on the wall blazed with undiminished fire, its message now fulfilled before his very eyes. The Medes and Persians had indeed inherited his kingdom, just as the divine hand had written and Daniel had interpreted. The end came swiftly. Persian soldiers, their orders clear and their duty unwavering, moved through the hall with grim efficiency. King Belshazzar, the ruler who had mocked the God of heaven and profaned his holy vessels, fell beneath Persian swords before the night was through. The golden crown that had tumbled from his head lay forgotten on the marble floor, while his blood mingled with the spilled wine from the sacred goblets. Throughout the great city, the same scene was repeated. Persian forces, having entered through the river channels, swept through Babylon like an irresistible tide. The gates were opened from within, the walls manned by conquerors rather than defenders, the mighty empire brought to its knees in a single night of divine judgment. By dawn, Cyrus's standards flew from the towers of Babylon, and Darius the Mede had been installed as the new ruler of the greatest city in the world. The empire that had seemed eternal, the walls that had appeared impregnable, the power that had dominated the known world for generations, all had fallen before the sovereign will of the God who rules in the kingdoms of men. As the sun rose over conquered Babylon, painting the great city in shades of gold and crimson that seemed somehow fitting for its fall, Daniel stood again before the wall where the supernatural writing continued to glow with divine fire. The banquet hall was empty now, save for the debris of the feast and the silent testimony of judgment fulfilled. Mina, Tekel, Parsin, the words that had sealed an empire's fate, now served as an eternal reminder of truths that transcend the rise and fall of earthly kingdoms. God had indeed numbered the days of Belshazzar's reign and brought it to an end. The king had been weighed in heaven's perfect scales and found wanting. The kingdom had been divided and given to the Medes and Persians, just as the supernatural hand had written and the faithful prophet had interpreted. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, once profaned by blasphemous lips, would soon be restored to their proper place of honour. Under Cyrus's benevolent rule, the Jewish exiles would be free to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, carrying with them the golden cups and silver bowls that had witnessed both the depths of human pride and the certainty of divine justice. Daniel himself, now clothed in the purple of a dying empire, yet serving the eternal kingdom of heaven, had once again demonstrated that those who trust in the Most High God will never be disappointed. Through him, the sovereignty of the Almighty had been proclaimed in the halls of earthly power, and the vanity of human pride had been exposed for all to see. The lesson of that terrible night echoes through the corridors of history, speaking to every generation that dares to lift itself up against the Lord of heaven. Kingdoms rise and fall like waves upon the shore. Empires that seem eternal prove to be as fleeting as morning mist, but the kingdom of God endures forever. No wall can stand against his purposes, no power can resist his will, no pride can escape his judgment. In our own age, when earthly kingdoms still vie for dominion and human pride still challenges heaven's authority, the writing on Babylon's wall remains as relevant as ever. We who read these ancient words would do well to remember that the God who humbled Nebuchadnezzar, who numbered Belshazzar's days, who gave Babylon to the Medes and Persians, is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The scales of divine justice still weigh the actions of nations and individuals. The sovereign hand that writes the destiny of empires still guides the course of human history, and the kingdom that Daniel served, the kingdom that outlasted Babylon and Persia and all the empires that followed, remains the only power that will never pass away. As night falls once again over the ancient site where Babylon once stood in all its glory, as stars appear in the darkness above ruins that once housed the pride of earthly kingdoms. The eternal truth, proclaimed by that supernatural hand, continues to shine with undiminished light. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, and blessed are those who humble themselves before his throne. May we who hear this ancient story find in it not merely a tale of judgment long past, but a present reminder of the God who sees all, knows all, and judges all with perfect righteousness. And may we, like Daniel, serve faithfully in whatever earthly kingdom we find ourselves, while keeping our ultimate allegiance to the kingdom that cannot be shaken, the kingdom that endures forever and ever. The writing is on the wall, dear friends. The question that remains is whether we will read it in time to humble ourselves before the King of Kings, or whether we will follow Belshazzar's path to destruction. The choice, as always, is ours to make, is ours to...
There are moments in history when a single choice echoes across generations, when one act of hesitation unravels everything that came before it. Tonight, we explore a story buried in ancient text, a narrative so stark and uncompromising that it forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Obedience delayed is obedience denied. This is not a story about villains or heroes in the traditional sense. It is about a faithful servant, a clear command, and the catastrophic consequences of listening to the wrong voice at the wrong moment. It is about the razor-thin line between trust and doubt, between following instruction and negotiating with it. In a time when kingdoms fractured and worship became a tool of politics, one man was chosen to deliver a message that would shake the foundation of power itself. He succeeded in his mission. He spoke truth to authority. He witnessed miracles unfold before the eyes of a king, and yet he never made it home. This is the story of the prophet who obeyed too late. A story that begins not with the prophet himself, but with the shattering of a nation that had once stood united under God. A story that unfolds in the shadow of golden calves and false altars, in the quiet moments of temptation that follow great acts of faith, in the devastating realization that partial obedience is still disobedience. What you're about to hear is drawn from the ancient texts, from the historical record of a people who understood that every action carries weight, that every choice reverberates through time, that the voice we choose to follow determines not just our destination, but our very survival. This is a story about power and prophecy, about truth and deception, about the terrible cost of listening to secondary voices when the primary command was already crystal clear. The man at the centre of this story has no name. History remembers him only as the man of God from Judah. Perhaps that anonymity is intentional. Perhaps it reminds us that this story is not really about one man's failure, but about a pattern we all face, the temptation to negotiate with clear instructions, to seek permission for what we already want to do, to trust the voice that tells us what we wish to hear. So, settle in, let the world around you fade, and prepare to walk a road that leads from triumph to tragedy, from obedience to compromise, from faithfulness to consequence. This is the prophet who obeyed too late. Chapter 1. A kingdom divided. The kingdom of Israel had not always been broken. There was a time, not so distant in memory, when the 12 tribes stood united under one crown, one temple, one God. The reign of Solomon had brought prosperity beyond measure. His wisdom was legendary, drawing dignitaries and queens from distant lands who came to test him with hard questions and left amazed at his understanding. The temple he built in Jerusalem was a wonder of the ancient world, a structure so magnificent that it took 7 years to complete and required the labour of thousands. Gold covered its walls, cedar from Lebanon formed its beams, bronze pillars stood at its entrance, each with a name, Jachin and Boaz, representing establishment and strength. The Ark of the Covenant, that sacred chest containing the tablets of the law, resided in the innermost chamber, the Holy of Holies, where God's presence dwelt among his people. But Solomon's heart had wandered in his later years. He had married many wives, 700 wives of royal birth, the text tells us, and 300 concubines. These were not merely personal choices, they were political alliances, marriages that sealed treaties and established relationships with surrounding nations. Each wife brought her own gods, her own religious practices, her own worldview. And slowly, incrementally, Solomon's devotion fractured. He built high places for the gods of his wives. He allowed the worship of Chemosh, the detestable god of Moab. He erected altars to Molech, to whom some nations sacrificed their children. The man who had built the temple of the living God now sanctioned the worship of idols on the hills surrounding Jerusalem. God spoke to Solomon in judgment. Because you have done this and have not kept my covenant and my decrees, I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates. Nevertheless, for the sake of David your father, I will not do it during your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son. The clock was ticking. The fracture lines were already forming. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam prepared to take the throne. The transition should have been smooth. Rehoboam was the legitimate heir, the son born to Solomon's first wife, the expected successor. But legitimacy alone does not guarantee loyalty. The people came to Rehoboam at Shechem, where he had gone to be crowned king. They sent for Jeroboam, who had fled to Egypt during Solomon's reign after the prophet. Ahijah had told him he would one day rule 10 of the 12 tribes. Jeroboam had been a capable administrator under Solomon, put in charge of the labour force from the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. But when Solomon learned of the prophecy concerning Jeroboam's future kingship, he tried to kill him. So Jeroboam had fled and remained in Egypt until Solomon's death. Now he returned, and the people made their request through him. Your father put a heavy yoke on us, they said, but now lighten the harsh labour and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you. It was a reasonable request. Solomon's building projects had been magnificent, but they had come at enormous cost. The labour required to build the temple, the palace, the fortifications, the cities, all of it had been extracted from the people. Taxes had been heavy, work crews had been conscripted, the burden had grown with each passing year. The people were not asking for revolution, they were asking for relief. Rehoboam asked for 3 days to consider their request. During that time, he consulted 2 groups of advisers. First, he spoke with the elders who had served his father Solomon. These were men of experience, men who had witnessed the glory years of the United Kingdom and also seen the growing discontent. Their advice was measured and wise. If today you will be a servant to these people and serve them and give them a favourable answer, they will always be your servants. It was counsel rooted in the ancient understanding that true leadership requires service, that a king who listens to his people earns their lasting loyalty. That strength is sometimes demonstrated through mercy rather than force. But Rehoboam rejected their counsel. Instead, he turned to the young men who had grown up with him, his peers who had never known anything but privilege and power. They gave him different advice. Tell these people who have said to you, your father put a heavy yoke on us, but make our yoke lighter. Tell them, my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions. It was the advice of arrogance, of insecurity masked as strength, of men who had never faced real consequences and therefore could not imagine them. Rehoboam followed their counsel. When the 3 days had passed and the people returned for his answer, he spoke harshly to them. He rejected the advice of the elders. He repeated the words of his young advisers, threatening greater burdens, harsher treatment, more severe discipline. The people's response was immediate and devastating. What share do we have in David? They shouted. What part in Jesse's son? To your tents, Israel! Look after your own house, David! It was a declaration of independence, a rejection of the dynasty, a shattering of the unity that had held for 3 generations. 10 of the 12 tribes rebelled. They appointed Jeroboam as their king, fulfilling the prophecy that had driven him into exile years before. Only the tribes of Judah and Benjamin remained loyal to Rehoboam and the house of David. United Kingdom was no more. Rehoboam considered military action. He assembled an army to force the rebellious tribes back under his authority. But God sent a prophet named Shemaiah with a message. Do not go up to fight against your brothers, the Israelites. Go home, every one of you. for this is my doing." The division was permanent. The fracture was by divine design, a consequence of Solomon's unfaithfulness and Rehoboam's foolishness. Two kingdoms now existed where one had stood: the southern kingdom of Judah, ruled by Rehoboam from Jerusalem; the northern kingdom of Israel, ruled by Jeroboam from Shechem. And Jeroboam faced an immediate problem that would define his entire reign and corrupt his kingdom for generations to come: the temple, the centre of worship, the place where God's presence dwelt, remained in Jerusalem, in Rehoboam's territory. 3 times a year, God's law required all Israelite men to appear before the Lord at the temple for the major festivals: Passover, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. If the people of the northern kingdom continued travelling to Jerusalem to worship, Jeroboam feared their loyalty would eventually shift back to the house of David. The temple was more than a religious site. It was a symbol of legitimacy, of divine approval, of connection to the covenant God had made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jeroboam consulted with his advisors. The question before them was not theological but political. How do we maintain the people's loyalty when the centre of their faith lies in enemy territory? The solution they devised was both brilliant and blasphemous. Jeroboam would create alternative centres of worship. He would give the people sanctuaries in their own land, eliminating the need to travel to Jerusalem. He would establish a religious system that mirrored the true worship just enough to seem legitimate, while being different enough to serve his political purposes. He commissioned 2 golden calves. The choice was significant. Calves, or more accurately, young bulls, were common religious symbols throughout the ancient Near East. They represented strength, virility, and divine power. The Canaanites used bull imagery in their worship of Baal. The Egyptians, where the Israelites had been enslaved for 400 years, used bulls in their religious iconography. But for Israel, the image carried a particularly dark resonance. When Moses had been on Mount Sinai receiving the law from God, the people had grown impatient. They had gathered their gold and fashioned a calf, declaring, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." It had been the first great apostasy, the first great breaking of the covenant. Moses had come down from the mountain to find the people dancing around the golden calf, and 3,000 had died that day as judgment for their idolatry. Now Jeroboam deliberately echoed that rebellion. He placed one golden calf in Bethel, at the southern border of his kingdom, conveniently located for those who might otherwise have continued to Jerusalem. The other he placed in Dan, at the far northern extent of his territory, and he used the exact same words spoken at the first apostasy. "It is too much trouble for you to go up to Jerusalem. Here are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." It was a masterful piece of political manipulation. He was telling the people that these images represented the same God who had delivered them from slavery. He was not asking them to abandon their faith, only to worship in a more convenient location. He was wrapping apostasy in the language of practicality and accessibility. But he did not stop there. True worship in Israel had always been mediated through the Levitical priesthood. God had specifically set apart the tribe of Levi to serve in the tabernacle and later in the temple. The priests had to be descendants of Aaron. The requirements were clear, specific, and non-negotiable. Jeroboam threw out those requirements. He appointed priests from all sorts of people, even though they were not Levites. Anyone who wanted to become a priest could do so by offering a sacrifice. The priesthood, which had been a sacred calling reserved for those God had chosen, became a position available to whoever could afford the entrance fee. He also altered the religious calendar. God had established specific dates for the festivals, times that were tied to the agricultural cycle and to the historical events of Israel's redemption. The Feast of Tabernacles, for instance, was to be celebrated in the 7th month. Jeroboam moved it to the 8th month. It was a subtle change, but it was significant. By shifting the date, Jeroboam was asserting his authority to define religious practice. He was telling the people that worship could be adjusted to fit political and practical considerations. He was making himself the arbiter of what was acceptable to God. He built shrines on high places, those elevated locations that had always been associated with pagan worship. He instituted a religious system that borrowed elements from the true faith while fundamentally perverting it, and the people accepted it. They came to the altars, they brought their sacrifices, they bowed before the golden calves and called it worship of the God of Israel. For a time, the system worked. Jeroboam maintained control of his kingdom. The people did not revolt. The practical advantages of having local worship sites seemed to outweigh any theological concerns. But God was watching, and he was not silent. The altar at Bethel became the focal point of the northern kingdom's corrupt worship. It was there that Jeroboam himself often presided over ceremonies personally, legitimizing the false system he had created. It was there that priests who had no right to the office performed rituals that mimicked true worship while being hollow at their core. It was there that God decided to send a message that could not be ignored, a sign that could not be explained away, a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of Jeroboam's carefully constructed religious political system. And the messenger he chose was a man from the southern kingdom of Judah, a prophet whose name is never given, whose identity mattered less than the words he carried, a man who would succeed in his mission but fail in his obedience, a man who would deliver God's truth but fall victim to a lie, a man who would confront a king but could not resist an invitation. The stage was set, the kingdoms were divided, the false worship was established, and into this fractured, compromised world, God was about to send his word. Chapter 2. The man of God sent thee. Journey from Judah to Bethel was not a short one. The man of God would have travelled north through the hill country, passing through territory that had once been united under one king, but now represented enemy terrain. He was crossing a border, entering a foreign kingdom, carrying a message that would directly challenge the authority and religious system of that kingdom's ruler. He travelled alone. There was no entourage, no bodyguards, no delegation of officials to lend him credibility or protection. He carried no credentials beyond the word God had given him. His authority came not from position or title, but from the message itself. The text does not tell us how long the journey took, or what thoughts occupied his mind as he walked. Did he rehearse the words he would speak? Did he feel the weight of what he was about to do? Did he understand that he was walking into a moment that would be recorded and remembered for thousands of years? We know only that he arrived in Bethel on a day when Jeroboam himself was present. The timing was not coincidental. Jeroboam was standing at the altar, personally conducting a ceremony. The king was not merely endorsing the false worship system, he was actively participating in it, leading it, demonstrating his authority over both the political and religious spheres of his kingdom. It was a festival day, the one Jeroboam had instituted in the 8th month to replace the divinely ordained Feast of Tabernacles. People had gathered from across the northern kingdom. Priests were officiating, sacrifices were being offered, incense was burning. Everything appeared legitimate. Everything had the outward form of true worship. And then the man of God arrived. He did not approach Jeroboam. He did not seek an audience or wait for permission to speak. He walked directly to the altar, the physical symbol of the entire corrupt system, and prophesied against it. His voice rang out across the gathered crowd. Altar, altar, this is what the Lord says. A son named Josiah will be born to the house of David. On you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you. The prophecy was stunning in its specificity and its scope. First, it named the altar itself as the target of God's judgment. Not just the worship practices, not just the priests, not just the king, the physical structure, the symbol of the entire system. Second, it named a specific individual who would carry out the judgment, Josiah. This was extraordinary. Prophecies often spoke in general terms about future events, but to name a person who would not be born for more than 300 years, this was unprecedented. It demonstrated that God's knowledge and purposes transcended time itself. Third, it described the nature of the judgment. The priests of the high places would be sacrificed on the very altar where they had offered false sacrifices. Human bones, defiling, polluting, rendering the altar ceremonially unclean, would be burned on it. It was a prophecy that reached centuries into the future while addressing the immediate present. And it declared unequivocally that the worship system Jeroboam had established was not merely politically inconvenient or theologically questionable, it was an abomination that God would not tolerate forever. But the people needed more than words. Prophecies could be dismissed as the ravings of a fanatic. Claims of divine authority could be questioned. Without some immediate confirmation, the man of God's message might have been written off as political theatre or religious extremism, so he gave them a sign. This is the sign the Lord has declared. The altar will be split apart and the ashes on it will be poured out. A sign in the present to confirm a prophecy about the future. Physical evidence that the words he spoke carried divine authority. King Jeroboam's reaction was immediate and visceral. He was not a man, accustomed to being challenged. He had led a rebellion against the house of David. He had established his own kingdom. He had created an entire religious system to serve his political purposes. His word was law. His authority was absolute within the borders of the northern kingdom. And now a prophet from Judah, from enemy territory, was standing before his altar, in front of his people, declaring that everything Jeroboam had built would be destroyed. Jeroboam stretched out his hand toward the man of God and shouted, "Seize him!" It was a command that should have been instantly obeyed. Guards should have rushed forward. The prophet should have been arrested, possibly executed on the spot for sedition and blasphemy. But something went terribly wrong. The hand Jeroboam had stretched out toward the prophet shriveled. The arm that had gestured in royal command froze in place, withered and useless. Jeroboam tried to pull it back, but he could not move it. The limb that had pointed in, judgment now hung paralyzed, a visible demonstration that there was a power greater than the king's authority. And then the altar split. The sound must have been tremendous. Stone and mortar cracking, the structure breaking apart down the middle. Ashes that had been contained within the altar's boundaries now spilled out onto the ground, scattering in the dust, contaminating the sacred space. The sign had been given exactly as promised. Silence fell over the gathered crowd. The ceremony had been interrupted. The king stood paralyzed. The altar lay broken, and the man of God from Judah stood as the only one present who did not seem surprised by what had just occurred. Jeroboam's rage collapsed into desperation. His withered hand was more than a physical ailment. It was a symbol of his powerlessness in the face of God's authority. It was a public humiliation. It was a demonstration that all his political maneuvering and religious innovation meant nothing when confronted with genuine divine power. The king who had seized power now begged for mercy. "Intercede with the Lord your God," he pleaded. "Pray for me that my hand may be restored." There was bitter irony in his words. He asked the man of God to pray to your God, as though the God of Judah were somehow different from the God of Israel, as though the golden calves he had erected represented a different deity, a separate authority. But the God of Judah was the God of Israel, the God who had brought both kingdoms out of Egypt, the God who had given the law at Sinai, the God whose presence had dwelt in the tabernacle and now dwelt in the temple in Jerusalem. There was only one God. And Jeroboam had just learned, in the most humiliating way possible, that this God would not be mocked or manipulated. The man of God did not hesitate. He did not negotiate. He did not use the moment to extract concessions or promises from the king. He simply prayed. And immediately, as instantly as the judgment had fallen, Jeroboam's hand was restored. The withered limb returned to normal. The king could move it again, flex his fingers, lower his arm. The mercy was as dramatic as the judgment had been. But Jeroboam had not learned the deeper lesson. His concern was not for his soul, but for his hand. He wanted healing, not repentance. He wanted restoration of function, not transformation of heart. And his next move revealed the shallowness of his response. "Come home with me for a meal," he said to the man of God, "and I will give you a gift." It was the gesture of a politician, not a penitent. Jeroboam was attempting to do what he did best, co-opt potential opposition. If he could not silence the prophet by force, perhaps he could neutralize him through hospitality and reward. Sharing a meal with the king would create a relationship. Accepting a gift would establish obligation. the man of God would become, in a subtle way, indebted to the very system he had just condemned. It was the oldest trick in the Book of Power. If you cannot defeat your critics, embrace them. Absorb them into your circle. Make them complicit. But the man of God had received clear instructions. Even if you were to give me half your possessions, I would not go with you, nor would I eat bread or drink water here. For I was commanded by the word of the Lord. You must not eat bread or drink water or return by the way you came. The refusal was absolute and unambiguous. There was no consideration of circumstances, no weighing of political advantages, no thought that perhaps a meal with the king could lead to further opportunities to influence him toward repentance. The command had been clear, and the man of God intended to follow it precisely. He spoke the words of the command aloud, making his obedience public. Everyone present heard him declare his separation from the system he had condemned. He would not eat or drink in this place. He would not return by the same road. He would maintain complete independence from the corrupt worship of the northern kingdom. And then he left. He walked away from the broken altar, from the humiliated king, from the gathered crowd. He took a different road, exactly as commanded. At this moment, the man of God was completely faithful. His obedience was total. His mission was successful. His message had been delivered, confirmed by visible signs, and his personal conduct had reinforced the separation between true worship and the false system Jeroboam had established. Everything was still intact. The story could have ended here, with the man of God returning safely to Judah, his mission accomplished, his obedience complete. He would have been remembered as one of the great prophets, a man who confronted royal authority without fear, who witnessed miraculous confirmation of his message, who maintained his integrity in the face of both threats and rewards. But the story does not end here, because somewhere on that different road, somewhere, between the confrontation in Bethel and the safety of home, the man of God made a choice that would cost him everything. Chapter 3. A clear command. The instructions had been explicit and simple. Before the man of God ever left Judah, before he set foot in the northern kingdom, before he stood before the altar in Bethel, God had given him 3 commands. Do not eat bread, do not drink water, do not return by the way you came. 3 simple prohibitions, 3 clear boundaries, 3 instructions that required no interpretation, no theological expertise, no complicated reasoning to understand. But understanding the words was not the same as understanding the purpose. Why these specific commands? Why did God care whether his prophet ate or drank in Bethel? Why did the return route matter? What spiritual principle was being established through these practical restrictions? The first 2 commands, the prohibition against eating and drinking, carried deep symbolic significance in the ancient world. Food and water were more than physical sustenance. They were vehicles of relationship and covenant. When people ate together, they were establishing a bond. They were declaring through the shared meal that they belonged to the same community, that they trusted one another enough to share resources, that they were willing to be vulnerable together in the intimate act of eating and drinking. In the ancient Near East, hospitality was sacred. Sharing bread and salt created obligations that lasted for generations. To eat at someone's table was to place yourself under their protection and, in a sense, under their authority. The man of God had been sent to condemn the worship system in Bethel. His message was one of complete rejection, of fundamental opposition to everything the altar represented. By refusing to eat or drink, he was making a powerful statement. I am not part of your system. I do not share your covenant. I will not create any bond or obligation with what God has condemned. It was prophetic theatre. His abstinence reinforced his message. His physical separation embodied the spiritual separation God demanded between true worship and idolatry. But there was also a protective element. Eating and drinking with the wrong people could compromise the message. It could blur the lines. It could create confusion about whether the prophet's condemnation was total or partial, whether his opposition was fundamental, or merely a disagreement over details. In refusing food and water, the man of God was protecting the purity of his witness. The third command, to return by a different route, served a similar purpose. To go back the same way would suggest routine, repeatability, the possibility of future visits. It would make the prophetic confrontation seem like one installment in an ongoing relationship rather than a single, decisive declaration. The different route emphasized finality. The man of God had delivered his message. The sign had been given. There would be no negotiation, no follow-up meetings, no ongoing dialogue. The word had been spoken, and that was the end of it. But there was likely another layer to these commands. They were tests. God was not merely protecting his prophet or establishing symbolic boundaries. He was also evaluating the prophet's faithfulness. Would he obey commands whose full purpose was not immediately clear? Would he trust God's instructions even when they seemed merely procedural rather than deeply theological? Obedience is easiest when we understand the reasons. When the logic is clear, when the benefits are obvious, when the command aligns with our own judgment, we follow willingly. But true obedience is revealed in the moments when we do not understand, when the command seems arbitrary, when we cannot see the full picture, when our own reasoning might suggest that circumstances warrant flexibility. The man of God, standing in Bethel after witnessing the altar split and the king's hand restored, demonstrated complete obedience. When Jeroboam offered him half his possessions, the prophet did not even pause to consider. He simply repeated the command and walked away. He understood that this was not about food or water or travel routes. It was about trust. It was about recognizing that God's instructions were complete as given, that they required no improvement or adjustment, that obedience meant following them exactly without addition or subtraction. So he left Bethel by a different road. The text does not tell us how far he travelled. It does not record what he thought about as he walked. Was he replaying the confrontation in his mind, marvelling at what had happened? Was he eager to return home and report the success of his mission? Was he tired from the journey and the emotional intensity of what he had just experienced? We know only that at some point he stopped. Perhaps he needed rest. Perhaps the midday heat had grown too intense for comfortable travel. Perhaps he simply wanted a moment to collect himself before continuing the journey home. He found an oak tree and sat beneath its shade. It was a small decision, a moment of rest, a pause in his journey. But it was during this pause that everything would unravel, because the man of God was about to face a test far more subtle than Jeroboam's offer of wealth and hospitality. He was about to encounter something more dangerous than royal threats or promises of reward. He was about to hear a voice that claimed divine authority while contradicting the clear command he had already received, and in that moment, he would have to choose which voice to trust. Chapter 4. The Invitation. News travelled with remarkable speed in the ancient world. There were no telephones, no internet, no instant messaging. But there were runners, witnesses, travellers who carried reports from place to place. And what had happened at Bethel was not the kind of event that could be kept quiet. An altar had split apart before a gathered crowd. A king's hand had withered and been restored. A prophet from Judah had publicly condemned the worship system that formed the foundation of the northern kingdom's political identity. People talked, word spread, stories were told and retold, probably with embellishments and dramatic flourishes as they passed from mouth to mouth. And one of the people who heard the news was an old prophet who lived in the Bethel area. The text calls him simply an old prophet. We are not told his name, his background, his relationship with God, or his role in the community. We know only 3 things. He was a prophet, he was old, and he lived in Bethel, the very city where false worship had been established. His presence there raises uncomfortable questions. If he was truly a prophet of God, why was he living in a city devoted to idolatry? Why had he not spoken out against the golden calf? Why had he not confronted Jeroboam? Why had a prophet from Judah needed to come deliver a message that a prophet already living in Bethel should have been proclaiming? The text offers no answers to these questions. It simply records that he lived there and that his sons had witnessed what happened at the altar. When his sons came home, they told him everything. They described the man of God from Judah. They recounted his prophecy against the altar. They witnessed the sign, the altar splitting, the ashes pouring out. They saw Jeroboam's hand wither and be restored. They heard the man of God refuse the king's invitation and declare his obedience to God's command, and they told their father which road the man of God had taken when he left. The old prophet's response was immediate and urgent. Which way did he go? His sons showed him the road. "Saddle the donkey for me," the old prophet commanded. He set out in pursuit immediately. Why? What motivated him to chase after the man of God? Was it admiration, curiosity, desire for fellowship with another prophet? Or was it something else, something darker and more complicated? The text does not tell us, but it records his actions with unsettling detail. He found the man of God sitting under the oak tree. The prophet from Judah had not travelled far. He had stopped to rest, perhaps planning to continue his journey after the heat of the day had passed. The old prophet approached with warmth and familiarity. "Are you the man of God who came from Judah?" "I am," the man replied. "Then come home with me and eat." It was the same invitation Jeroboam had extended, the same offer of hospitality, food and fellowship. But it came from a different source, not from a king who represented the corrupt system, but from a fellow prophet, someone who ostensibly served the same God. The words were simple, almost casual. There was no threat, no pressure, just an invitation to rest and share a meal with someone who understood the prophetic calling. But the man of God had received clear instructions, and they had not included exceptions based on who extended the invitation. "I cannot turn back and go with you," he said, "nor can I eat bread or drink water with you in this place. I have been told by the word of the Lord, you must not eat bread or drink water there or return by the way you came." His refusal was firm. He quoted the command directly, making it clear that this was not a personal preference but divine instruction. The source of the invitation did not matter. The command was absolute. This should have been the end of the conversation. A fellow prophet had stated that God had given him specific instructions. Those instructions explicitly forbade him from eating or drinking. There was no ambiguity, no room for negotiation, no invitation for discussion. Any true prophet would have respected that, would have blessed him on his journey, would have let him continue in obedience to the command he had received. But the old prophet did not accept the refusal. Instead, he spoke words that would change everything. "I too am a prophet as you are, and an angel said to me by the word of the Lord, bring him back with you to your house, so that he may eat bread and drink water." The claim was specific and authoritative. He was establishing his credentials, "I too am a prophet," claiming equal standing with the man of God. He was citing a supernatural source, an angel. He was invoking divine authority by the word of the Lord. And he was directly contradicting the command the man of God had already received. The text adds one devastating detail, a parenthetical statement that changes everything. But he was lying to him. The old prophet lied. No angel had spoken to him. No word from the Lord had come. The entire claim was fabricated, a deliberate deception designed to persuade the man of God to break his command. But why? Why would a prophet lie? Why would someone who presumably knew the seriousness of speaking falsely, in God's name, deliberately deceive a fellow servant? Was it jealousy? Had the old prophet spent years living in Bethel without taking a stand against the false worship, and now he felt diminished by this younger prophet who had done what he himself had failed to do? Was it a test? Did he want to see if the man of God would stand firm in his obedience, and was he disappointed when the prophet failed? Was it loneliness? Had he been isolated for so long that he was desperate for fellowship with someone who shared his calling? And was he willing to lie to secure that fellowship? Or was it something darker, a deliberate attempt to compromise a faithful prophet, to bring him down to the same level of compromise the old prophet himself had accepted? The text never reveals his motivation. It simply records the lie and moves forward, leaving us to wrestle with the uncomfortable reality that prophets can deceive, that people who speak for God can also speak falsehoods, that religious authority can be used to lead others astray. The man of God now faced an agonizing dilemma. He had a clear command from God, but he also had what appeared to be an updated command, delivered through another prophet, claiming angelic authority and invoking God's name. On the surface, the old prophet's claim seemed plausible. God had certainly used angels to communicate with his people throughout history. The angel of the Lord had appeared to Abraham, to Moses, to Gideon, to many others. Prophets did sometimes receive messages intended for other prophets, and there was a certain logic to it. Perhaps God had seen that the man of God was tired. Perhaps he wanted to show mercy by allowing him rest and refreshment. Perhaps the original command had served its purpose, establishing separation from the corrupt system in Bethel, and now that purpose had been fulfilled, the restriction could be lifted. But that logic required ignoring one critical fact. The new message contradicted the original command. God's word does not contradict itself. His instructions do not change based on convenience or circumstances unless he explicitly says so. The command had been clear and absolute, with no conditions or time limits attached. If God wanted to change his command, he would have spoken directly to the man of God. He would not have used a third party, especially not one who had failed to take a stand against the false worship in his own city. The man of God should have recognized this. He should have said, "I appreciate your invitation, but God spoke clearly to me. If he wants to change that command, he will tell me himself. Until then, I must obey what I have already been told." But he did not say that. Perhaps exhaustion clouded his judgment. Perhaps the appeal to prophetic and angelic authority seemed too legitimate to question. Perhaps he wanted to believe the new message because it gave him permission to do what part of him had wanted all along, to rest, to eat, to accept fellowship after the intensity of his confrontation with Jeroboam. Or perhaps, and this is the most troubling possibility, he simply preferred hearing a voice that told him what he wanted to hear. The man of God accepted the invitation. He turned around. He went back, not all the way to Bethel, but to the old prophet's house, which was near enough to violate the spirit if not the letter of the command. He entered the home of someone who lived in the region he had been told to separate himself from, and he sat down to eat. In that moment the man of God broke his obedience. He chose a secondary voice over the primary command. He trusted an outside authority over the clear instruction God had given him directly, and there would be no going back. Chapter 5. The old prophet appears. The old prophet had succeeded in his persuasion. The man of God from Judah now sat in his house, the very place he had refused to go when invited by Jeroboam. The difference, presumably, was that this invitation came from a fellow prophet rather than from the king who represented the corrupt system. But the command had not made that distinction. God had not said, "Do not eat or drink with those who worship falsely," but it is acceptable to eat with prophets who live among those worshippers. The prohibition had been absolute and geographical. Do not eat or drink in this place. The man of God had negotiated with the command. He had found what seemed like a reasonable exception. He had allowed himself to be persuaded that circumstances warranted flexibility. We can imagine the scene. Perhaps the old prophet was a gracious host. Perhaps the conversation was warm and engaging. Perhaps there was genuine pleasure in the fellowship between two men who shared the prophetic calling, even if their circumstances were vastly different. The man of God might have convinced himself that this was acceptable. After all, he had not eaten with Jeroboam. He had maintained his witness before the king and the people. He had refused the royal invitation. Surely sharing a meal with a fellow prophet, someone who claimed to have received a message from an angel, was different. But God does not grade on a curve. Partial obedience is still disobedience. The command had been clear, and the man of God had broken it. The old prophet's role in this tragedy is one of the most puzzling aspects of the story. He had deliberately lied. He had used his position as a prophet to deceive. He had invoked divine authority falsely, claiming an angelic message that had never been given. Why would he do this? What did he hope to gain? If his motive was fellowship, he succeeded. The man of God was now in his home, sharing his table, providing the companionship the old prophet might have craved. If his motive was to test the man of God's faithfulness, he succeeded as well, though the result was tragic. He had discovered that even a prophet who could stand firm before a king could be swayed by the right words from the right source. If his motive was jealousy or resentment, wanting to bring down someone who had demonstrated courage he himself lacked, then he succeeded in that too. The man of God's failure would now be part of his story, a stain on what should have been a tale of complete faithfulness. But whatever his motive, the old prophet was about to discover that deceiving a servant of God carries consequences, not just for the deceived, but for the deceiver as well. Because as they sat at the table, something shifted. The comfortable conversation stopped, the atmosphere changed, and the word of the Lord, the genuine word, not a fabricated claim, came to the old prophet. Chapter 6. The Lie. The meal had begun normally enough. Bread was broken, water was poured. The ordinary rituals of hospitality unfolded in the home of the old prophet. Two servants of God, separated by geography and circumstances, but united by calling, shared food and conversation. The man of God might have felt relief. The tension of the confrontation in Bethel had passed. His mission was complete. He had delivered God's message, witnessed the miraculous confirmation, maintained his integrity before the king. Now he could rest for a moment before completing his journey home. Perhaps the old prophet was a skilled conversationalist. Perhaps he asked questions about life in Judah, about the temple in Jerusalem, about the man of God's prophetic experiences. Perhaps he shared stories from his own life, tales from years of ministry, reflections on the challenges of maintaining faith in a culture that had turned toward idolatry. We do not know what they discussed. The text does not record their conversation, but it records what happened in the middle of the meal. The word of the Lord came to the old prophet who had brought him back, not to the man of God, not to the one who had been faithful up until this moment, not to the prophet who had confronted Jeroboam and witnessed miracles, to the old prophet, the liar, the deceiver, the one who had deliberately led another prophet into disobedience. It is one of the strangest reversals in all of Scripture. The man who had lied now became the vessel of truth. The deceiver became the oracle of judgment, and what he spoke was devastating. He cried out. The text uses a word that suggests loud proclamation, not gentle conversation. This was not a whisper or a quiet aside. It was a prophetic declaration, impossible to ignore or misunderstand. This is what the Lord says. You have defied the word of the Lord and have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you. You came back and ate bread and drank water in the place where he told you not to eat or drink. The accusation was direct and specific. There was no ambiguity, no room for interpretation. The man of God had broken his command. He had defied God's word. He had failed in his obedience. And then came the sentence, therefore your body will not be buried in the tomb of your ancestors. In the ancient world, proper burial in the family tomb was critically important. It represented connection to heritage, continuity with generations past, the hope of being gathered to one's fathers. To be denied burial with one's ancestors was to be cut off, separated, left alone even in death. It was a sentence of tragic finality. The man of God would not complete his journey home. He would not see his family again. He would not be laid to rest among his people. His mission had succeeded, but his obedience had failed, and the consequence was death far from home. The words hung in the air like a physical weight. We can only imagine what the man of God felt in that moment. Horror, disbelief, crushing regret. The realization that he had traded his life for a meal, that he had allowed himself to be persuaded away from clear obedience, that he had trusted the wrong voice at the wrong moment. Did he look at the old prophet with accusation in his eyes? Did he wonder why this man, who had lied to him, was now the one pronouncing his doom? Did he protest? Did he plead for mercy? Did he ask for a second chance? The text does not tell us. It records only the judgment, and then moves forward, leaving us to fill in the silence with our own imagination of what that moment must have been like. There is a terrible irony in this scene. The old prophet, who had used his position to deceive, now found himself compelled to speak truth he probably did not want to speak. He had wanted fellowship with the man of God. He had lied to secure that fellowship, and now he was the instrument of the very judgment that would end that fellowship permanently. Could he have remained silent? Could he have simply let the meal continue, said nothing about the word that had come to him, allowed the man of God to leave in ignorance of the price he would pay for his disobedience? Perhaps. But the text suggests that the word of the Lord was not something that could be ignored or suppressed. When God speaks, his prophets must deliver the message, regardless of how unwelcome or painful it might be. The old prophet had lied when he claimed to have a word from the Lord, but when the actual word came, he could not refuse to speak it, and so he became the unlikely instrument of truth, pronouncing judgment on the man he had deceived, revealing the consequences of the disobedience he himself had caused. The man of God finished his meal in silence. What else could he do? The judgment had been spoken. The word had gone forth. There was no appeal, no higher authority to petition, no way to undo what had been done. He had broken his command, and now he would pay the price. When the meal was finished, the old prophet helped him prepare to leave. He saddled the donkey, not the one he himself had ridden in pursuit of the man of God, but the man of God's own donkey. It was a gesture of service, perhaps, or maybe of guilt, or simply of necessity. One prophet helping another prepare for a journey, even though both men now knew that journey would not end well. The man of God mounted the donkey. He turned toward the road that would take him home, and he rode toward his death. Chapter 7. Truth Revealed. The road from Bethel to Judah wound through hill country. It was not a heavily travelled route, especially not the alternative roads that avoided the main thoroughfares. The man of God had been commanded to return by a different way than he came, and even though he had broken the commands about eating and drinking, he apparently continued to follow at least that part of his original instructions. The text does not tell us how long he travelled. It does not record what thoughts occupied his mind as he rode. Was he praying? Was he hoping that somehow the judgment pronounced in the old prophet's house might be averted? Was he resigning himself to his fate? We know only that the journey did not last long. Somewhere along that road, a lion appeared. Lion attacks on humans were rare but not unheard of in ancient Israel. Lions still lived in the region during this period, particularly in the more remote areas. But what happened next was anything but normal. The lion attacked the man of God. The attack was swift and lethal. The man of God died on the road, far from home, his mission accomplished but his obedience incomplete. But then something extraordinary happened. The lion did not eat the body. In every natural circumstance, a lion that kills would consume its prey. That is the purpose of the hunt, the reason for the attack. A predator does not kill and then simply stand guard over an uneaten carcass. But this lion did exactly that. It stood beside the body, neither eating it nor leaving. The donkey, which should have bolted in terror at the first sight of the lion, remained standing nearby. The lion did not attack the donkey. The donkey did not flee from the lion. The entire scene was frozen in a tableau that defied natural behaviour. Travellers passing along the road saw this strange sight. A dead man lying on the ground, a lion standing guard beside him, a donkey waiting patiently. It was so unusual, so obviously supernatural, that they could not simply pass by. They carried the news to the nearest city. When the old prophet heard the report, he knew immediately what it meant. That is the man of God who defied the word of the Lord, he said. The Lord has given him over to the lion, which has mauled him and killed him, as the word of the Lord had warned him. There was certainty in his voice. This was not speculation or interpretation. He recognized the fulfillment of the judgment he himself had pronounced. He told his sons to saddle the donkey, the same one he had ridden when he pursued the man of God earlier that day. Then he went out to find the body. The scene was exactly as reported. The lion still stood beside the body. The donkey remained nearby. Nothing had changed. The lion had not dragged the body away or consumed it. The donkey had not wandered off. The old prophet approached, and the lion did not attack him. This was perhaps the most remarkable detail of all. A lion that had just killed a man allowed another human to approach without showing aggression. The supernatural nature of the entire event was undeniable. The old prophet loaded the body onto the donkey. The lion watched but did not interfere. Then he brought the man of God back to his own city to mourn for him and bury him. The old prophet's grief was genuine and vocal. He cried out, "Alas, my brother!" It was the cry of lament, the traditional expression of mourning, but it carried additional weight coming from the old prophet. He called the man of God his brother, acknowledging their shared calling, their connection through their service to God, perhaps even acknowledging his own role in the tragedy. Because the old prophet bore responsibility, he had lied. He had used his authority as a prophet to deceive. He had persuaded the man of God to break his command, and while the man of God was responsible for his own choice, he could have refused the invitation, should have stood firm in his obedience. The old prophet had created the circumstances that led to his fall. Now he mourned, and in his mourning there might have been not just grief but guilt, not just sorrow, but the bitter recognition of what his deception had cost. He buried the man of God in his own tomb. This was significant. In the ancient world, burial places were precious family possessions, carved out of rock, intended to house generations of a family line. To give someone burial in your family tomb was an act of great honour and affection. The old prophet was ensuring that the man of God, who would not be buried with his own ancestors, would at least not be left dishonoured or forgotten. He was granting him a place of dignity, a proper resting place, even if it was not the one he should have had. And then he gave his sons a command that revealed the depth of his conviction about the truth the man of God had spoken. When I die, bury me in the grave where the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones. For the message he declared by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel, and against all the shrines on the high places of the towns of Samaria, will certainly come true. This was an extraordinary statement. The old prophet was declaring that the prophecy spoken in Bethel was true and would be fulfilled. He believed the word the man of God had proclaimed. He recognized it as genuine divine revelation, and he wanted to be buried beside the man who had carried that word, as though proximity to him might offer some protection when judgment finally came. Because the old prophet understood something important. The man of God's disobedience did not invalidate his prophecy. The message remained true even though the messenger had failed. The word stood even though the one who spoke it had fallen. This is one of the mysteries of how God works through imperfect people. The truth of God's word is not dependent on the moral perfection of those who speak it. The prophecy against the altar in Bethel would be fulfilled exactly as declared centuries later by a king named Josiah. The man of God had succeeded in his mission. He had delivered the message. He had witnessed its confirmation. He had confronted power and refused royal bribery. But he had failed in his obedience. He had listened to the wrong voice. He had trusted a secondary source over the primary command, and that failure cost him his life. He never made it home. He never saw his family again. He never stood in the streets of his own city and reported what God had done through him in Bethel. His body lay in a tomb that was not his own, beside a man who had both honoured him and betrayed him, in a region he should have left without looking back. The mission succeeded. The messenger fell. And the story was recorded as a permanent warning about the cost of partial obedience and the danger of listening to voices that contradict the clear command of God. Chapter 8. The Consequence. The death of the man of God sent ripples through both kingdoms. In Judah, his home, his family would have waited for his return. They would have expected to hear the story of his confrontation with Jeroboam, the miraculous signs, the fulfillment of his prophetic mission. Instead, they eventually received news of his death far from home, killed by a lion under circumstances so unusual they could only be understood as divine judgment. In Bethel and throughout the northern kingdom, the news spread differently. The prophet who had condemned the altar and witnessed its destruction had himself been destroyed. Some might have interpreted this as vindication of Jeroboam's system. Look what happened to the one who spoke against us. Others might have seen it as confirmation of the prophecy's power. Even the messenger was subject to the word of God, and if God's word caught him in disobedience, how much more would it catch those who worshipped falsely? But Jeroboam himself learned nothing from what had happened. The text records a devastating summary. Even after this, Jeroboam did not change his evil ways, but once more appointed priests for the high places from all sorts of people. Anyone who wanted to become a priest he consecrated for the high places. The altar had been broken. The king's hand had withered and been restored. A prophet had pronounced judgment that would be fulfilled centuries later, and none of it mattered. Jeroboam continued in his corruption, maintained his false worship system, appointed unqualified priests, led his people deeper into idolatry. The text adds, "This was the sin of the house of Jeroboam that led to its downfall and to its destruction from the face of the earth." The man of God's prophecy would be fulfilled, but not in Jeroboam's lifetime. The judgment would come, but it would come slowly, building over generations, culminating in the complete destruction of the northern kingdom and the scattering of its people. For now, the false worship continued. The golden calves remained in place. The priests who had no right to the office continued their ceremonies. The people continued to confuse convenience with faithfulness, political expediency with spiritual truth. And the man of God lay in a tomb in Bethel, his mission accomplished, his obedience incomplete, his life cut short by a single act of listening to the wrong voice. The manner of his death was crucial to understanding the story. This was not a random tragedy. It was not an unfortunate accident. The supernatural elements were too pronounced to be dismissed as coincidence. A lion that killed but did not eat. A donkey that did not flee. A scene frozen in time, waiting to be discovered by travellers who would carry the news and confirm the judgment that had been pronounced. God could have simply let the man of God return home and die there of natural causes later. The broken command could have been forgiven or overlooked. The mercy God had shown Jeroboam, healing his hand even after his attempt to arrest the prophet, could have been extended to his own servant. But it was not. Why? Why was the judgment so immediate and so severe? Why was there no opportunity for repentance, no chance to return to the right path, no mercy extended to a man who had been faithful in so much? The text does not provide a comfortable answer, but it suggests several possibilities. First, the man of God was a prophet, a representative of God's word to the people. His obedience or disobedience carried symbolic weight beyond his personal situation. If a prophet could negotiate with God's commands, what message did that send to everyone else? If God's chosen messenger could be swayed by secondary voices, how could the people be expected to stand firm? The severity of the judgment was partly about maintaining the authority and clarity of God's word. Prophets were held to a higher standard precisely because they spoke for God. Their failures were not merely personal, they had public implications for how people understood God's character and his commands. Second, the command itself was not arbitrary. It was designed to maintain separation from a corrupt system. By eating and drinking in the region he had condemned, the man of God was symbolically compromising his message. He was creating confusion about whether his opposition to the false worship was absolute or negotiable. The command was protective. It was meant to guard the purity of his witness. By breaking it, he was not just disobeying a rule, he was undermining the very message he had been sent to deliver. Third, the nature of his disobedience revealed something important about spiritual vulnerability. The man of God had stood firm before a king. He had refused wealth and honour. He had maintained his integrity in the face of direct pressure and temptation. But he had fallen when temptation came in a different form, not through threat or bribery, but through the appearance of divine authority from a trusted source. The message was clear. We are often most vulnerable not to open opposition, but to voices that seem legitimate, that claim to speak for God, that tell us what we want to hear using spiritual language and religious authority. The man of God should have known better. He had received his command directly from God. No secondary voice, regardless of its claims or credentials, should have been able to override that primary instruction. But he listened. He chose to trust the message that gave him permission to do what he wanted rather than maintaining his obedience to the clear command he had already received. And the consequences were swift and final. His death was not meaningless, however. It became part of the story, a permanent warning that has echoed through the centuries. Every generation that hears this account is confronted with the same question. Will you obey God's clear commands? Or will you listen to secondary voices that offer you permission to compromise? The man of God's failure became a lesson for countless others. His story has probably prevented more disobedience than his perfect obedience would have. Sometimes God uses our failures, not just our successes, to teach truth to future generations. But that does not make the personal cost any less tragic. The man of God never made it home. His family mourned him. His body lay in foreign soil. His mission succeeded, but he did not live to see its long-term fulfillment. Success and obedience are not the same thing. You can accomplish what you were sent to do and still fail in faithfulness. You can deliver truth and still fall prey to deception. You can stand firm against open opposition and still be swayed by voices that come wrapped in religious language and claims of divine authority. This is the hard lesson of the man of God from Judah. This is the warning his death proclaims across the generations, and it is a warning we ignore at our own peril. Chapter 9. The Old Prophet's Grief. The old prophet lived with the weight of what he had done. Every day he passed the tomb where he had buried the man of God. Every day he remembered the lie he had told, the deception he had used, the tragedy his words had caused. The text does not tell us how long he lived after that day. It does not record whether he felt guilt or justified his actions to himself. It does not reveal whether he confessed his lie to others or kept it hidden, allowing people to believe that he had genuinely received a message from an angel. We know only that he mourned, that he honoured the man of God in death, and that he requested to be buried beside him when his own time came. His grief was complicated by knowledge. He knew the truth of what had happened. He knew that the man of God had broken his command, yes, but he also knew that he himself had created the circumstances for that breaking. He had lied. He had deceived. He had used his position as a prophet to lead another prophet astray, and now that prophet was dead. Could he have prevented it? If he had simply let the man of God continue on his journey, if he had respected the clear command the prophet had quoted to him, would the man of God still be alive? Almost certainly yes. The man of God had shown he could stand firm. He had refused Jeroboam's invitation without hesitation. He had been clear about his command and his intention to obey it. It was only when another prophet claiming angelic authority and invoking God's name told him otherwise that he wavered. The old prophet's lie had been the pivot point. It had created doubt where there should have been certainty. It had offered permission where none should have been sought. It had given the man of God a reason to do what some part of him probably wanted to do anyway. Rest, eat, accept fellowship after a difficult and draining mission. But the text is equally clear that the man of God bore responsibility for his own choice. He could have refused. He should have refused. He had every reason to be suspicious of a message that contradicted the clear command he had already received. God had spoken to him directly. If God wanted to change that command, he would have spoken to him directly again. The man of God should not have needed an intermediary, should not have trusted a secondary voice, should not have allowed himself to be persuaded away from his original instructions. So the tragedy had two authors, the old prophet who deceived, and the man of God who chose to believe the deception. But only one of them paid with his life. This raises troubling questions about justice and mercy. Why was the man of God killed while the old prophet lived? Why was the deceived punished while the deceiver continued on? Why did the one who had been faithful in so much suffer death, while the one who had lived in compromise survived? The text offers no explanation, but perhaps the answer lies in the different roles they occupied. The man of God was an active prophet, sent on a specific mission with specific instructions. His obedience or disobedience had immediate and public implications. He represented God's word to a corrupt system. His failure to obey completely undermined his message in a way that required visible judgment. The old prophet, by contrast, was a passive figure. He had not been sent on a mission. He had not been given a task to fulfill. He lived in Bethel, in the midst of false worship, apparently without actively opposing it, but also without participating in it. He was a compromised figure, but his compromise was one of omission rather than commission, until he lied. And when he lied, he too became subject to God's word in a new way. The lie led to the man of God's death, but it also led to the old prophet becoming the instrument of judgment. He was compelled to speak the word he probably did not want to speak, to pronounce doom on the man he had deceived. That was his punishment, to live with what he had done, to carry the knowledge of his role in another man's death, to mourn a brother he had betrayed. And perhaps there was mercy even in that, because the old prophet's grief suggests that he recognized the truth of God's word, that he understood the seriousness of what had happened, that he was not simply callous or indifferent to the consequences of his deception. His request to be buried beside the man of God was telling. He wanted to be associated with the prophet even in death. He wanted to share his tomb. He recognized that the message the man of God had spoken in Bethel was true and would be fulfilled. It was as though he understood that proximity to God's faithful servant, even a servant who had failed, was better than separation. As though he hoped that the truth the man of God had proclaimed might somehow protect him when judgment came, and there is evidence that it did. Centuries later, when King Josiah came to power in Judah and began his great reformation, he did exactly what the man of God had prophesied. He went to Bethel. He desecrated the altar. He burned human bones on it. He destroyed the high places throughout the northern territories. When Josiah's men came to demolish the tombs and scatter the bones as part of the desecration, the king asked about one particular monument. "What is that tombstone I see?" The people of the city told him, "It marks the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and pronounced against the altar of Bethel the very things you have done to it." Josiah gave an order, "Leave it alone. Don't let anyone disturb his bones." So they spared his bones and the bones of the prophet who had come from Samaria, the old prophet who had been buried, alongside him. The prophecy was fulfilled. The judgment came. The altar was destroyed, but the tomb was protected. The man of God, who had failed in his obedience but succeeded in his mission, was honoured in death by the very king whose coming he had prophesied. And the old prophet who had lied and deceived was also spared because of his association with the one who had spoken truth. There is a strange mercy in this ending. Both prophets, flawed and failed in different ways, found protection through the truth of God's word. The message outlasted the messengers. The prophecy endured beyond the prophet, and the old prophet, who had to live with his guilt and grief, found that his choice to bury the man of God with honour, to mourn him as a brother, to request burial beside him, ultimately placed him under the protection of the very truth he had tried to undermine through his lie. God's purposes are larger than our failures. His word stands even when his servants fall. The truth endures even when those who carry it stumble. The old prophet learned this in a hard way. He lived the rest of his life knowing what his deception had cost. But he also lived knowing that the word of God was true, that it would be fulfilled, that it was worth dying beside, or at least being buried beside. His grief was real. His guilt was deserved. But his final act, claiming the man of God as a brother and requesting to share his tomb, suggested that despite everything, he recognized where truth ultimately resided. Not in his own claims of angelic messages, not in his own prophetic authority, but in the clear, undeniable word that God had spoken through a faithful servant who had the courage to confront a king and the faithfulness to refuse a royal invitation, even if that same servant had lacked the wisdom to refuse an old prophet's lie. Epilogue. A warning and a mercy. This story does not end with comfort or restoration. There is no resurrection for the man of God. No second chance. No opportunity to return and correct his mistake. He simply dies on the road, far from home, his mission accomplished but his obedience incomplete. It is one of the hardest stories in all of Scripture precisely because it offers no easy redemption. We expect stories of failure to include paths back, opportunities for repentance, demonstrations of God's mercy that allow the fallen to rise again. But this story stands as a stark warning. Sometimes the consequences of disobedience are immediate and irreversible. Sometimes there is no going back. Sometimes the choice we make in a moment of weakness costs us everything. And yet, even in this harsh tale, threads of mercy remain visible. The man of God's prophecy endured. His message was not invalidated by his failure. The word he spoke in Bethel about the altar and the future King Josiah was fulfilled exactly as he declared. His mission succeeded even though his personal obedience did not. This is important. It means that God's purposes are not derailed by our failures. His word stands independent of our faithfulness. The truth we carry does not fall simply because we stumble. The man of God's body was treated with dignity. He was not left to decay on the roadside. The old prophet, despite his lie, gave him honourable burial. His tomb was eventually protected by the very king whose coming he had prophesied. Even in death, he was not abandoned or forgotten. His story became a permanent warning that has protected countless others from similar failure. Every generation that encounters this account is confronted with the same essential questions. Will you obey God's clear commands? Will you trust secondary voices that contradict primary instructions? Will you negotiate with obedience or maintain faithfulness even when it seems unnecessary? The man of God's failure taught lessons his perfect success never could have. Sometimes God uses our worst moments to instruct future generations in ways our best moments never would. But none of this diminishes the tragedy of what happened. A faithful servant who had the courage to confront a king and witness miracles fell prey to a simple deception. A prophet who stood firm against threats and bribes was swayed by words that claimed divine authority while contradicting God's clear command. Why? How could this happen? The story suggests several vulnerabilities we all share. First, we're often most susceptible to deception after moments of great spiritual victory. The man of God had just experienced tremendous success. He had delivered God's message, seen it confirmed by miraculous signs, refused the king's temptations. He might have felt that the hard part was over, that he could relax his vigilance, that he had proven his faithfulness and could now accept a small measure of comfort. But spiritual warfare does not cease after victory. Sometimes the attack comes precisely when we think we are safe. Second, we tend to trust voices that sound religious and use spiritual language. The old prophet claimed angelic authority. He invoked God's name. He presented himself as a fellow servant with legitimate standing to receive divine messages. The man of God should have been skeptical of claims that contradicted his direct instructions. But the religious packaging made the deception seem plausible, even authoritative. We face the same danger today. Not every voice that speaks religious language speaks truth. Not every claim of divine authority is legitimate. Not every prophet who names God actually represents him faithfully. The standard by which we must evaluate all secondary voices is the primary word we have already received. If someone tells us something that contradicts what God has clearly said, we must reject it regardless of how spiritual it sounds, or how impressive the messenger's credentials might be. Third, we often want permission to do what we already desire. The man of God was tired. He had been through a demanding experience. The invitation to rest and eat was appealing. When the old prophet gave him what seemed like religious permission to accept that invitation, he took it. We must be especially vigilant when voices tell us what we want to hear. Our own desires can cloud our judgment, making us susceptible to messages that give us permission to compromise. Fourth, the story reveals that obedience is not just about the big dramatic actions. The man of God succeeded in the major mission, confronting Jeroboam, prophesying against the altar, refusing royal bribes. But he failed in the smaller, seemingly less important commands about eating, drinking, and returning by a different route. We often think of faithfulness in terms of grand gestures and significant moments. But this story insists that obedience to the small commands matters just as much as obedience to the large ones. God's instructions are not divided into important and trivial categories. All of them matter. All of them require our faithful attention. Fifth, the story demonstrates that consequences are real and not always reversible. We live in a culture that often emphasizes grace and forgiveness, to the point where we can forget that choices have costs. God is merciful, yes, but his mercy does not always mean erasing consequences. The man of God died because of his disobedience. That was the consequence. It was not reversed or softened. The judgment was carried out. This is a sobering reminder that while God's grace is infinite, we should not presume upon it. We should not assume that we can disobey and then simply ask for forgiveness without experiencing any consequences. Sometimes the cost of disobedience is more than we can bear. But even with all these warnings, even with the tragedy of the man of God's death, the story contains hope. The hope is not in the man of God being saved from consequences. He was not. The hope is in the enduring power of God's word. The prophecy stood. The message remained true. The word accomplished what it was sent to do, regardless of what happened to the messenger. This is ultimately the story's deepest truth. God's purposes cannot be thwarted by human failure. His word will be fulfilled. His plans will be accomplished. His truth will endure. We who serve him are privileged to be part of that work, but we are not essential to it in the sense that God's purposes depend on our perfection. He can work through our faithfulness, and he can also work through our failures to teach lessons we never intended. The man of God did not intend to become a warning. He intended to be a successful prophet who delivered God's message and returned home safely. But his failure became part of God's larger purpose, a permanent reminder about the cost of compromise and the danger of listening to voices that contradict clear commands. For those of us who hear this story today, the question remains, what will we do with clear commands we have received? Will we obey completely, or will we look for permission to compromise? Will we trust God's word as final, or will we allow secondary voices to sway us? The man of God succeeded in his mission, but failed in his obedience. His story warns us that both matter, that we cannot excuse disobedience by pointing to our successes elsewhere, that God's commands are not negotiable, even when we have proven ourselves faithful in other areas. But his story also reminds us that even when we fail, God's word continues. The truth stands, the purposes endure, we are called to faithful obedience, but we are not the foundation on which God's work rests. His word is that foundation, and it cannot be shaken by our failures, however tragic they might be. This is both warning and comfort. Warning: obey completely, trust God's clear commands, resist voices that tell you otherwise. Comfort: even when we fail, God's purposes continue. Even when we fall, his word stands. Even when we are buried far from home, his truth endures. The man of God never made it back to Judah, but his message reached across centuries and continues to speak today. He is still warning us, still teaching us, still reminding us that obedience cannot be partial, that commands cannot be negotiated, that secondary voices must never override primary instructions. And he is still showing us that while consequences are real and sometimes devastating, God's word remains true, regardless of what happens to those who carry it. May we learn from his success without repeating his failure. May we deliver God's truth faithfully and live it completely. May we resist the voices that offer us permission to compromise. And may we remember that when God gives a clear command, there are no conditions, no exceptions, no secondary authorities that can override his word. Only obedience, or its consequences,